guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House Republican leadership has canceled a planned vote on a war powers resolution related to Iran, drawing some sharp criticism from Democrats on the floor.
Are we not voting on it because the American people are sick and tired of this illegal war that is costing tens of billions of dollars? Gas prices are through the roof. People can't afford their groceries. Is that why you're pulling it?
The debate over U.S. involvement in Iran continues amid rising tensions and costs. The Trump administration is rolling back Biden-era EPA rules on refrigerants used in refrigerators, freezers, and air conditioning units, aiming to reduce grocery and cooling costs.
The higher cost threatened thousands of jobs and was passed on in the form of higher prices and higher taxes.
While speaking from the Oval Office alongside grocery executives, Trump said the changes will save Americans around $2.4 billion a year. A former federal prosecutor was indicted for allegedly stealing and emailing sealed Justice Department documents tied to Jack Smith's investigation into President Trump. Prosecutors say confidential records were improperly shared, and the former attorney now faces up to 20 years in prison if convicted. The U.S. is escalating Cuba pressure with a new strategy.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio outlined a new approach towards Cuba, including humanitarian aid and political messaging aimed directly at the Cuban people, as Washington increases pressure on Havana. The move coincides with the indictment of former Cuban leader Raul Castro on murder-related charges, which Cuba has condemned. Officials say the strategy is intended to encourage political change, while critics warn it could further strain already fragile U.S.-Cuban relations. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 276 points, the S&P 500 rose by 12 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 22 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
3 people are dead and 19 hospitalized after exposure to an unknown substance in New Mexico.
Authorities say the victims died in a possible home hazmat situation in the town of Mountain Air, 43 miles east of Belen. Responding paramedics were exposed to the substance as well. 18 of them, along with one of the home's occupants, were taken to an Albuquerque hospital. Investigators are looking into the cause. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson is walking back earlier critical comments about Starbucks following backlash tied to remarks about the company's recent corporate layoffs.
The Baristas have showed that the best way to show our support is not to buy Starbucks in solidarity.
Wilson says her statements were not intended to single out the Seattle-based chain as the company continues restructuring and cutting hundreds of U.S. corporate positions. A former employee of a nationwide nonprofit serving the homeless in the L.A. area is facing federal drug charges.
Prosecutors say 42-year-old Christopher Johnson of Culver City was arrested after allegedly being found with fentanyl during a police stop near MacArthur Park earlier this month. Johnson previously worked for People Assisting the Homeless, or PATH, until last September. Federal prosecutors say PATH distributed syringes in the area, but a spokesman for the nonprofit claims that's not true, saying the organization does not provide needle exchange services and currently has no contracts in the MacArthur Park area. I'm Sharon Reardon.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year,
So we welcome you aboard. Yes, indeed, this will be our official Memorial Day edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Our final edition as we head into the extended holiday weekend. Yeah, next time we gather around the radio, once we wrap things up here on a Friday morning, we'll be saying welcome into the month of June. So welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us. Trust you've had a good week. I know millions and millions of folks going to be headed out in the coming hours. Headed to various destinations around the country. Yeah, it's considered the unofficial kickoff of summertime. Yeah, a lot of fun. Chance to fire up the grill, gather with family, friends, headed to the beach, amusement parks, ball games. Of course, it's a big weekend in racing. Now, whatever your plans might include, of course, it's about remembering those who've paid the ultimate price, laying down their lives for the freedoms so we can do just that, enjoy our holiday weekend. Like only can be done here in the United States of America. Of course, originally called Decoration Day, from the early tradition, decorating graves with flowers, wreaths, and flags. This Memorial Day, a day for remembrance, those who've died in service of our country. First widely observed on May 30th of 1868 to commemorate the sacrifices of Civil War soldiers at the time. A proclamation by General John A. Logan of the Grand Army of the Republic, an organization of former Union sailors and soldiers. During that first national commemoration, former Union General and setting Ohio Congressman James Garfield made a speech at Arlington National Cemetery, after which 5,000 participants helping to decorate the graves of more than 20,000 Union and Confederate soldiers who were buried there at the time. This national event galvanized efforts to honor and remember fallen soldiers that began with local observances at burial grounds in several towns throughout the country following the end of the Civil War, such as the May 1, 1865 gathering in Charleston, South Carolina, organized by freed slaves to pay tribute and give proper burial to Union troops. In 1873, New York, the first state to designate Memorial Day as a legal holiday. By the late 1800s, many more cities and communities observing Memorial Day. Several states had by then declared it a legal holiday. After World War I, it became an occasion for honoring those who died in all of America's wars, and was then more widely established as a national holiday throughout the country. In 1971, Congress passing the Uniform Monday Holiday Act, establishing Memorial Day was to be commemorated on the last Monday in the month of May. Memorial Day, of course, commemorated at Arlington National Cemetery each year, with a ceremony in which a small flag is placed on each grave, traditionally. Of course, typically the president or vice president lays a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. And over the years, of course, cemeteries all over the country, remembering those veterans buried there who have paid the ultimate price. So there you go, little history as we get a Friday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive underway. Welcome aboard. We'll make our way into the new day from time zone to time zone as we flip the page. 22nd day of May. So again, of course, Memorial Day itself coming up, Monday, the final Monday here in the month of May. Of course, with those millions of travelers hitting the road, some will find some weather delays. Indeed, as we take a look at our travelers' weather, a soggy, stormy pattern going to be taking shape across the central and southern portions of the country through much of the holiday weekend, which will threaten some of your travel and outdoor plans, with the likelihood of storms containing heavy downpours and gusty winds. Showers and thunderstorms can occur on a daily basis, putting some of those outdoor plans in jeopardy, enough to see some localized flooding concerns, according to AccuWeather. The biggest threat for flooding downpours will be in eastern Texas and the Mississippi Valley, where thunderstorms can recur in the same areas over multiple days. In some areas, AccuWeather saying we could actually see rainfall totals approaching a foot of rain. A much larger area across the southern and western plains can experience thunderstorms, some damaging winds, hail, isolated tornadoes, imperiling some of the outdoor activities and observances for the weekend. The biggest hazard will be flooding concerns extending from Houston to Memphis, as a rich flow of moisture from the Caribbean and Gulf will be helping to fuel these slow-moving, repetitive showers and storms. In total, rounds of thunderstorms can bring an additional 4 to 8 inches of rain over much of eastern Texas into central and western Louisiana, to include the Houston metro area and the Golden Triangle region encompassing Beaumont, Orange, and Port Arthur, Texas. Episodes of heavy rain have already been occurring over the last few days. As of late Thursday morning, Corpus Christi, Texas, had already received about 3 inches of rain from 3 rounds of crawling, drenching thunderstorms since Tuesday of this week. A much larger area spanning central Texas and Oklahoma, eastward throughout the entire southeast, northward through the Ohio Valley, is expected to see at least an inch of rainfall. Now, obviously, the timing is very inconvenient for outdoor activities over the holiday weekend, but the rain will be a net positive for many. According to the drought monitor released this past morning, much of the southeast and large swaths of the south central states are in drought conditions, classified as extreme or exceptional drought. Following an outbreak of severe thunderstorms that brought some destructive winds, large hail, and tornadoes to the Midwest and parts of the Northeast earlier this week, the risk of powerful thunderstorms is going to shift back to the plains for the next several days. Hail at least the size of ping pong balls, the biggest risk for severe weather. Storms could also bring some strong winds, bringing down tree limbs and power lines, stirring up dust clouds that can move swiftly across some of the parched landscape. It looks like our severe weather risk will shrink pretty significantly here for our Friday over the Oklahoma-Texas panhandles, the largest city under the threat being Amarillo. Once again, hail and damaging wind would be the biggest concern. Finally, a Saturday, a bigger area extending all across western and southern Texas, including the hill country. The cities of Brownsville, Lubbock, and San Antone will be in the core of that threat zone for the first day of the holiday weekend. Hail, strong winds, flooding, downpours, the greatest risk. That severe weather threat is going to be rather limited on Sunday and Memorial Day, in part due to the limited amount of moisture across the region. While the rain is pretty much just what the doctor ordered in much of the drought-stricken region, as the calendar shifts towards summer, many are going to be wondering, hoping to get outside. That may be hard to do for the rest of the month here. The pattern will not be in any rush to change across portions of the central and eastern U.S. right into next week. Moisture continues to be funneled northward out of the Gulf for an extended stretch of time, even beyond Memorial Day and through next week. AccuWeather forecasters are calling for more locally heavy showers and thunderstorms from Texas through the southeast. In general, the rain will not be enough to break the drought. Parts of the mid-Atlantic, the Carolinas, the central Gulf Coast may pick up a couple of inches of rain. Either way, more rain will be needed, but the fire threat could return once again. Great to have you on board. 18 past the hour. Meanwhile, of course, fuel prices a great concern. As someone who is maybe not the best person with bugs and things like that, Stephanie Bernata never imagined herself becoming an outdoorsy kind of mom. But the mother of three's getting more daring on gas prices and other travel costs, making vacations a bit more expensive. She's been steering her family toward local beaches, taking more bike rides and hiking trails closer to home in coastal Rhode Island rather than taking those faraway trips like they used to. Many are saying that's going to be the case for a lot of folks for this Memorial Day weekend. We'll break it down for you coming up here. First out of the box, hello to Scrapyard. Waving all five at us. Jeffrey is on board from southern Florida. Hello, Steve and the overnight family. There's the Guardian of Chaos. 55 degrees, cloudy here in the Nutmeg State. Only going to the mid-60s for highs here on Friday. Have a safe weekend, and thank you for the ride. James, the first to mention, rest in peace, Kyle Busch. Yeah, what a shocker that was. Waking up here just a few hours ago to get the news. Earlier in the afternoon, word was coming down that Kyle would not be participating in the Coca-Cola 600 this weekend, hospitalized for, they haven't yet said, what they said was a serious issue. And literally within a matter of hours, word comes down. Kyle Busch passing away at the age of 41. Shockwaves being sent through the NASCAR and racing community overall, all over the country. Tributes, condolences, prayers being sent out from all over the country and around the world. More on that coming up here. It's 844-844-3388 as we get underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, a shout out to Marianne. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. All the overnight listening family have a blessed Memorial Day weekend here. Michael, hello, Steve, from Nashville, Tennessee. Robert Duck checking in from the home sweet home. He says, man, unbelievable news about Kyle Busch. Still in shock myself here, but I heard he had gone in like over a cough that he couldn't get to go away. Rest in peace. You were one of the great ones. It was early afternoon, maybe mid-afternoon, when the first reports had come out. Kyle was supposed to spend Memorial Day doing what he usually does, racing everywhere. He was slated for a Truck Series race tonight, Friday night, at the Coca-Cola 600 Sunday. NASCAR's longest, most draining race of the year, the 600. Instead, the two-time champion, well, at the time, would be in a Charlotte area hospital. Initially, Richard Childress Racing confirming that Austin Hill would be stepping into the number 8 Chevrolet. Part of the shock, they said, is Kyle had clearly been trying to fight through this for quite a period of time. Going back to Watkins Glen, Busch sounded miserable on the radio, they said, during the closing laps. At one point, he had urgently asked for a doctor and said he'd need a shot as soon as he climbed out of the car. Later broadcast reports revealed he'd been suffering through a brutal sinus illness, while driving what was easily one of the most physical tracks on the schedule. Watkins Glen is a rough one, even for a healthy driver. Nonetheless, he still finished 8th on that day, somehow. Actually, the best finish of the season, which is why people in the garage knew that his hospitalization was serious the second that news broke this past day. He kind of made a career out of driving while hurt before this season even started. He needed 24 stitches after a freak accident at home gave him a deep leg cut. Last year, he raced after getting a sprained wrist at the Brickyard crash. The last time he had actually missed a Cup race was 2015, after that terrifying Daytona Xfinity crash that broke his right leg and his left foot. A few months later, he came back winning the championship anyway. This past day, before passing, he was sitting 24th in points with only 2 top 10 finishes. Busch suddenly has another mess. Drivers normally have to drive every race to be playoff eligible. That was the concern earlier in the day. They were talking if he was going to miss the 600, he would probably need some sort of a medical waiver. Then the shocking news when NASCAR officially posting on X the passing of Kyle, remembering him as one of the sport's greatest, fiercest drivers. We extend our deepest condolences to the Busch family, Richard Childress Racing, and the entire motorsports community, NASCAR said. They did not disclose what the illness was. A future Hall of Famer, Kyle was a rare talent, one who comes along once in a generation. He was fierce, he was passionate, he was immensely skilled, and he cared deeply about the sport and the fans. NASCAR lost a giant of the sport today, far too soon. They point out that news 11 days after, again, he had radioed into his crew near the end of the race at Watkins Glen, asking for a doctor to give him a shot after he finished the race. Had been struggling with some sort of a sinus issue, which was worsened by the intense G-forces and the elevation changes, they said, on the road course. His family said earlier Thursday that, of course, that illness would cause him to miss competing at Charlotte this weekend. It would have been the first time in over a decade he would have missed a Cup Series race. Again, rather shocking news. in the NASCAR and racing community. Now, how often do we say on this program, tell them you love them every chance you get, yet no one is promised tomorrow? A news break, a service of Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. will prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, warning very drastic action could follow if diplomacy fails.
We have total control of the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, with our blockade. The blockade's been 100% effective. Nobody's been able to get to us like a steel wall.
Trump insists that Iran will not be allowed to keep enriched uranium. Sarah Kellen, a former assistant to Jeffrey Epstein, testified on Capitol Hill that she was sexually and psychologically abused by the financier for more than a decade. James Comer, the Republican committee chairman, praised her testimony.
Of all the people that we've interviewed thus far, this was by far the most substantive and productive interview that we've had. She was very brave coming forward.
House Republicans say she also provided 3 new names of Epstein associates, with lawmakers pledging to pursue the leads following her closed-door testimony. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure.
Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, hello to Shorty, I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line. 67 degrees. And they are once again Columbus bound. He said, I was just getting up. I saw the news that Kyle Busch passed away. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 70 degrees. Yeah, I was able to get my delivery off in Miami earlier after a bit of delay. While they figured out how to unload the way I told them to. I got some local stuff to do today. Then we'll have the weekend off. Looks like we'll load next Tuesday, headed for Fort Lauderdale for a Thursday delivery, and back up Friday to head back. Sad news, Kyle Busch there. Braves taking 3 out of 4 from the Marlins, their 35th win of the season. Yeah, yes, indeed. I saw you. Braves have more wins than any team in Major League Baseball right now. What a difference a year can make. That's incredible. Yeah, they're like 9.5 games ahead of the second place team in that division, which is the Phillies. Dominating. All right, have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody, be careful out there. Very good. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, 57 in Harriman, New York. Round 4 to Schenectady, New York. It'll be back to Wilmington, Delaware. Reload for Saturday morning. So, nap time's over. Time to find some coffee. Hey, stay safe, everybody. Enjoy your weekend if you don't have to work. Dirty Harry, good morning. Truck and family, so sad. Rest in peace, number 8. You'll never be forgotten. 41 years old, was an icon. And as Kyle Busch said Friday, he actually said, you never know when your last one is. Anyway, on a better note, it was nice to have a chat with Granny, so I'd love to give her a shout out, a big hug, and God bless all of you. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy. We're dry in Radford, Virginia. It was some much-needed rain earlier, 62 degrees at this hour. Keep it shiny side up. Iron Duck, Reno, Nevada, had a lovely drive. Of course, Oregon 58 and US 97 South. Beautiful forestry there. I deliver my load of steel in the morning. We're 66 degrees at this hour. Bill, morning everyone, 48 in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin tonight on the Pizza Shuttle Express. It's Friday. Today, my baby girl graduates high school, finishing with a 3.9 grade point average, which she had all 4 years of high school, receiving honors from the National High School Honor Society. The first student at her Christian school to receive that honor, they said, in the history of her school. I am so proud of her. And I would say rightfully so there, Bill. So congratulations. Prayers for Kyle Busch's family. Have a great weekend, drivers. Be safe out there. There's Jerry Spencer. He's one of those that constantly says, tell him you love him every chance you get. Good morning, all. Rest in peace. All right, down to Crazy Ray, West Michigan. Checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio with 47 degrees tonight. Sneakers, please take the time this weekend to remember those who gave for us. God bless America. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve, 78 degrees, Elk Grove, California. R.I.P. Mr. Bush. He was the GOAT, greatest of all time when it comes to NASCAR. A couple more here. Let's see. Michael just peeking in from Carrollton, Ohio, right around 55, clear skies. Headed back to the yard in Paris. Then the good old fuel and walk around. Then it's to the home 20. I was told by the company we're contracted to hauling crude that we're about to get hammered. The company's drilling nearly 300 new wells in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. He said something big's coming, whatever that means. Nevertheless, hope all stay safe. Keep the shiny side up. There's Lardway's two-time world champion bull hauler, 53 degrees, Waterloo, Iowa. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed east at a high rate of speed for the Keystone State. Yes, sad news on the passing of Kyle Busch, a great NASCAR driver, competitor. Now, Steve, on to business. We have to be careful as individuals to not badmouth people we don't know. I came to realize a long time ago that we operate in the greatest industry in the country. However, a large portion of people are negative, hateful, bitter, mostly due to issues and situations they have little to no control over. We have to learn to enjoy alternative ways of thinking. Not saying we have to agree, but we most definitely don't want to be the person to condemn another just because we do not understand someone. It's vitally important for each and every one of us, myself included, to realize that when we have the finger pointed forward in bitter condemnation, that we have three fingers pointed back at ourselves. Everybody have a great weekend on the boulevard, and a special shout-out to the Buckeye Boy from the Corn Patch tonight. Okay, there you go. Oh, and Dirty Harry said, I forgot to mention, Monday is the official start of the Dirty Harry birthday season. Enjoy 100 days of Dirty Harry birthday parties. So it's not a birthday? All right, make it last half the year, right? Or third of the year, whatever the case might be. Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners. It's the greatest day of the week. It's Friday. 68 degrees, Cincinnati, Ohio. Northbound 75 at the 562 interchange. Where 75's down to one lane due to construction. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. And let's get the party started. On up to, is that the Silver Bullet kicking things off here on a Friday morning?
Morning, Steve.
Hey there.
This is Silver Bullet. I think my mic cut out or something. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I just heard you talking about Kyle Busch, and I'm just wondering what kind of, I don't know, disease or whatever. You know, it's just surprising, right? But you never know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I mean, when they're saying he'd been fighting like a big time, like a sinus infection or something, I can't help but wonder. Obviously, they'll probably divulge what it was, but, you know, if you've got an infection up there in that particular region of your body, the sinus cavity, if it maybe somehow spread and the infection got into his brain or something is what I might be thinking along the lines of. I'm just speculating, you know.
Of course, you never know, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to ask you a question, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There was the wildfires out in West Texas in the Panhandle, and this was like this time last week. Did you hear about the railroad trestle just south of Canyon that burned? BNSF Railroad?
I did not catch that.
Well, it was an old wooden trestle that was estimated to be built around 1907. And it went up like a matchstick.
Really?
And being it was BNSF a major thoroughfare, They got after it and had a concrete bridge built in 6 days. That was just outstanding. Now, why can't construction companies do that with our roads?
That's unheard of.
I know. That's what I'm saying. 6 days, and I'm not talking about no little bridge. I'm talking about a pretty good span. I think there was like 3 or 4, what would you call them, bridge pillars?
Yeah.
I think there was probably 30 of them, maybe. And I'm talking about a pretty good span across something. And they got after it. That was for sure. I saw that on Facebook, and that's just almost unheard of. And like, why can't they do that with these roads? But no, these roads take years and years to drag it out. It don't make no sense. I'm down here in Central Texas, Round Rock, Austin area, headed for South Texas. We had some rain come through here, and I'm looking at some lightning off to my southwest. And I don't know why, but the lightning looks orange. I don't know. I don't know why it's not white, but it's orange looking.
Mm-hmm.
But is it going to be a rainy weekend up toward D.C. from South Texas this weekend?
That whole span, it's not going to rain all weekend, but, there's going to be little disturbances bringing rounds of rain through the region.
I love the rain, but I don't like the rain.
Right.
Because when it rains, people act stupid.
Yes, they screw up.
They don't act stupid all the other time, too, but they really act stupid when it rains. Yeah, I was wondering, is that Santa Claus from California?
Yes, correct.
Elk Grove, I think.
Yes, that is correct.
I was out there last weekend, and I don't know who turned the fan on that was from Canada, but man, that wind was blowing from the north, and it blowed all night long. And I don't know when it quit, if it did, but it just was blowing. They had a fire that was right there next to the Simi Valley, next to the Pacific Palisades, I think, Sunday maybe. And it exploded, with the winds. And, boy, the winds are just blowing like crazy out there in California.
Yeah, sure enough.
I was like, and, you were talking about what's his name up in New York being 57. Have y'all warmed up any? Because I am so tired of this cold weather.
It was pretty nice early in the week, and we definitely cooled off. I think we're going to be more like highs in the low to mid 70s for a few days here. It's going to be a lot cooler, though, in the Northeast. They're going to have like highs in the 50s, and you get up in upstate New York, only highs in the 40s.
Well, I'm just going to D.C., but I'm so tired of the winter. I am just so tired of that cold weather. You're down here in the South, you got your shorty shorts on, you got your tank tops and your muscle shirts on, and then you go north and you got to bust out the dadgum coat again.
Yes, indeed.
I just tired of that,
Yep, the weather whiplash.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, you're going to be able to get the pool open this weekend?
I might start messing with it a little bit. Maybe think it's time to pull the cover back. It's going to really be cool here. It's not going to be swimming weather, that's for sure.
Well, in the 70s, that's not too bad. You could always put up a biodome and put a heater in there, and then you could go swimming.
Right. It's the overnight lows that kill you, though, when you drop down into the, the upper 40s, low 50s. that water temperature just drops like a brick. Well, I can give you a little more detail. Thanks for checking in, Silver Bull. Again, the Northeast, well, you've been dealing with a serious case of weather whiplash over the last few weeks. Wild temperature swings from record highs to record lows. The ride's going to continue through the holiday weekend. Temperatures more typical of November. It's going to feel more like Thanksgiving versus Memorial Day. The seemingly endless roller coaster this spring continues through the Memorial Day holiday. Another sharp cool down across the northeast quarter of the country, where we saw highs in the 90s as of Wednesday along the I-95 corridor, being replaced by 50s and 60s this past afternoon. And that cool air is going to be sticking around. It'll have some staying power and even intensify over the next few days. Philadelphia following your first heat wave in a 98-degree day Tuesday. Highest temperatures you've ever seen in May. Your temperatures slated to be stuck in the 50s all day Saturday. The winds will make it feel more like you're in the 40s with some rain and some wind. Indeed, this more typical of Thanksgiving. Put another way, the weather Saturday in Philadelphia will be more typical, yes, Thanksgiving. Recently, State College, PA, has gone from a 49-degree high temperature on the 14th, an all-time low for the date, to a record near 90 degrees 4 days later on the 18th. Your Saturday forecast high is only 48 degrees. Could be the lowest recorded on that day by 3 degrees. Reliable records have been kept in Philadelphia since 1872 and in State College since 1893. For some areas across the interior of Pennsylvania, where you see a steady rain Saturday, real field temperatures may struggle to reach 40 degrees. Recent cold spells have been accompanied by the threat of frosts and freezes. This one will be no different, they say. Near or sub-freezing temperatures are expected to threaten sensitive vegetations in parts of upstate New York on into New England from Friday and Saturday mornings. Maybe the last widespread event of the season. Further south, where we're not anticipating frost or freezes, the chilly weather combined with rain, going to put a damper on opening pools or headed toward the beach through the Memorial Day holiday Monday. And it will take its toll on early season plants. This persistent pattern of temperature swings has been wreaking havoc on plants and agriculture across the Northeast. Again, going from record-breaking heat to hard freezes, and then back to the heat. Ironically, the warmest weather the holiday weekend in the Northeast will end up being in the same areas that can start a few days with frosty weather. Northern New York and New England, where highs could reach 70 before that cooler weather arrives by Saturday and Sunday and Monday. When can the entire region expect to warm up again? The answer is from the middle of the new week or further down the line. You should be back close to May averages with mid to upper 70s for highs. Of course, astronomical summer officially arrives in the Northeast and the rest of the Northern Hemisphere at 4:24 a.m. Eastern on Sunday, June 21st. That's just around the corner, technically. Well, shout out to Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Yeah, that's right. It's summer. Summer won't be here until June 21st. So, I don't know what the weather is up there, other than what I've heard you say there, but it's 70 degrees down here in Olive Branch, Mississippi right now. The high for today was 74, so, and then we're looking 82 on Saturday, and then 80 next Tuesday, 85 next Wednesday, 83, 81, 82. Yeah, that's that scantily clad senorita weather there, right?
Yeah, that's plenty warm enough for swimming, ain't it?
Yeah, oh yeah, we already got our pools open down here, so I guess that guy's keeping it weird in Austin there with the rest of them down there, right?
Right.
Yep. Have you ever paid $55 for a slice of pizza?
No, I have not, and I don't think I ever plan to.
Yeah, well, this Horse Feathers might do it. He up there at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania shop, pizza shop, sells $55 slices topped with caviar, served on a gold-colored plate with a keepsake spoon, Steve. Just imagine, can you eat pizza with a spoon?
Okay.
I ain't never done it. I just picked it up and ate it with my hands there, so. Is Trump a Pentecost?
Well, you said it would. Is Trump at Pentecost?
Right. Well, he says there's a new drug out that can bring dead people back to life.
Yeah. I didn't realize that. No, what I miss.
Yeah, he said a new drug can bring dead people back to life. There, so I seen it on Yahoo News. I just saw the headline there. I just started laughing my ass off there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then this rowdy Honda single-seater gained 100 horsepower when they put an 800cc snowmobile engine in it. I know damn well they wasn't down south here because we don't have snowmobiles, Steve.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, absolutely there. So, well, I went down there and got my driver's license renewed, and they told me I had 18 months I could come back in there, Steve, and boost it back up to a CDL if I ever wanted to start driving again. I wouldn't have to even retest. Just go down there and get a physical, come back in, get my license back, and go back to driving the truck. You know what I told her?
What was it?
It'd be a cold day in hell before I get in the seat of another truck.
There you go. So you're not
she
chopping at the
started
bit.
laughing, see?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, that's all right, Jay. Do you know which flower is traditionally worn to honor the fallen?
Not for certain. No, what is it?
The poppy.
Okay.
Poppy flower. I ordered a bunch of poppies to put out on my front porch there. And then I read, well, I hate, it was a stupid ass remark, but I'm not calling Lane Kiffin stupid. Now, would I? He said the SEC couldn't beat the Big Ten because they keep moving the goalposts.
Okay.
Ain't that a lame-ass excuse?
Yeah, I hear. Right, yeah. No pun intended.
Yeah, so. That's amazing. That boy surprises me. Well, let's get that simplified shout-out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all my Marine Corps brothers and sisters, especially our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers, and his family. Buy some Seville products, Hot Shot Secret products, Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. Y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. Steve, you know milk is the fastest liquid on earth because it's pasteurized before you ever see it. And what do you call that policeman that draws the chalk lines at the crime scenes? Tracy.
There you go.
A guy stuttered in prison before he could finish his sentence. Well, y'all have a great, blessed day. Don't thank me for my service on Memorial Day because I'm still alive.
There you go. Right. That is 100% correct. Thank you much, Knucklebuster.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed or good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance says the U.S. is making progress towards a deal with Iran, but warns that other options remain if the talks fail.
We're in a pretty good spot here, but there's an option B. And the option B is that we could restart the military campaign to continue to prosecute the case, to continue to try to achieve America's objectives.
The president has reiterated the U.S. demands over Iran's nuclear program and the Strait of Hormuz as negotiations continue amid rising regional tensions. Border Czar Tom Homan says he wants more deportations, should expand enforcement against illegal aliens rather than narrow their agenda. He says federal efforts are already underway to increase removals nationwide as officials continue ramping up immigration enforcement operations across the nation. Americans heading into Memorial Day weekend are feeling the squeeze as travel costs are surging nationwide.
Airfare is up nearly $90 from last year, with the average domestic ticket now around $383. And gas prices have climbed $1.42 per gallon year over year, according to AAA. Despite the spike, a record 39.1 million Americans are still expected to hit the road. Economists do say many families are shortening trips or staying closer to home as vacation inflation continues to push up the cost of lodging, dining, and other activities. I'm Monica Nelson.
Well, it turns out a college degree is no longer the only path to get a lucrative career.
Challenger, Gray, and Christmas, one of the world's largest recruiting firms, says skilled trade workers have seen a 30% wage bump in the last few years. Electricians, plumbers, and others who become masters in their skill areas can earn more than $100,000 a year, and many work while they are learning their trade. That means they enter the workforce with much less debt than many college graduates. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Investigators say 2 teenage suspects in the deadly attack at a San Diego mosque
appear to have been radicalized by online extremist content. Authorities say the pair killed 3 people before taking their own lives after Monday's shooting at the Islamic Center of San Diego. A 75-page document tied to the suspects contained neo-Nazi ideology with hate speech targeting multiple groups. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Former Exodus International leader Pastor Alan Chambers, age 54, is under arrest in Orange County, California, following a child exploitation sting. He's been accused of sending inappropriate messages to an undercover detective posing as a minor, as well as attempting to arrange a meeting. He faces charges including solicitation of a minor. That's according to the Orange County Sheriff's Department. A man wins $835,000 over being arrested due to a Facebook case.
Tennessee officials have agreed to pay $835,000 to Larry Bushart, a retired police officer jailed for 37 days over a Facebook meme posted after the assassination of Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk. Bushart's felony charge was later dropped, and he has filed a civil rights lawsuit alleging wrongful arrest and free speech violations. His legal team says the case raises broader questions about how far authorities can go in policing online expression. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So, welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those just joining us, good to have you on board as we kick off a Friday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we head into the extended holiday, Memorial Day weekend. You know, what's on slate? Hello, Gary Montgomery. Morning, Steve, all the overnight crew on a casual Friday. Yeah, there's John checking in from Indianapolis. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. Got a busy weekend. We've got the parade Saturday. Then the Indy 500. I'm picking Alex Palou, car number 10. Everybody truck safe. Have a safe weekend. And yes, rest in peace, Kyle Busch. Jennifer, checking in from North Central Kansas. As always, listening while at work. Cloudy, 59 degrees. Hope everyone has a great weekend. Yeah, safe travels. And to my trucker, Tony, make it home safe. Thank you, Jennifer. Eskimo Mom shares from our friend Matthew. Had a chance to watch some NBA playoff action, NHL playoffs Thursday night. Cards lost their day game Thursday afternoon. But yeah, the tragic, gut-wrenching news. Yeah, Kyle Busch. All right, 63, cloudy skies tonight in the best city in Missouri, which is O'Fallon, Missouri. Sneakers says, all right, good morning all. Be safe, be well, have a great weekend. We got this pattern setting in. Mow the grass and it rains. Then you mow and it rains. Sneakers, right now, I'm in need of mowing the grass. I don't know if I'll get an opportunity unless I can get out there maybe early today, but we do have rain in our forecast off and on a daily basis. Yeah, for days ahead. 61 degrees southwest Ohio. All right, we roll into a Friday. Let's see what's going on with, is it the Cap and Ron impersonator, I believe?
Yeah, this is the Captain Ron impersonator. Remember, it's one day closer to Monday, the greatest day of the week. And you know what, Steve? This is an especially great Monday because it's a holiday.
Yes.
Most of us is off Monday. And just remember, Casual Friday does not mean drive naked. And be sure to wear your GMA and BS Enterprises mankini, as I always do on Friday.
Uh-huh.
If I'm not wearing my pankini, I am wearing my Speedo. So don't worry, I'm not naked. Now, on a serious note, Steve, seriously, just remember this weekend, the fallen that gave their life for the freedoms that we have. Yes, this is Memorial Day. Don't thank me for my service, or Knucklebuster, or Donut Man, Captain Ron, Pappy, 5-7, or any of us. This is not about us.
Yes.
This is those that fought and died for this country, not us. It's a somber time. You brought up Arlington Cemetery, and a lot of people, a lot of your audience does know this, but there's a lot of people that don't. How Arlington Cemetery come about at the start of the Civil War, that was the plantation of General Robert E. Lee, the Confederate general over the Army in Northern Virginia, and he had to abandon it, being right outside of Washington, D.C. The government actually took the property for unpaid taxes, and somewhere in, I believe, 1864, they started burying the Union soldiers that had died in the war there. And I believe shortly thereafter, the Confederate soldiers that had died as POWs there. I researched a little bit. There's 84 Confederate soldiers that is buried there, some after the war, but I believe a lot of them was POWs during the war. Now, traffic alert, I almost forgot this. Anybody heading across Fancy Gap, get to the top of the mountain, you're going to run into a pretty heavy fog bank. Coming down earlier, coming southbound, I'm sure Shorty went through it earlier, going northbound. Speed limit's down to 30 mile an hour, and it is very foggy down to about the 5-mile marker. It's only a few miles, and it thins out a little bit. By the time you get down to about the 3, you're out of it.
Okay.
But it's very foggy on Fancy Gap tonight. And in fact, if it's that foggy on Fancy Gap, your listeners that familiar with running Virginia interstates, I-64, Afton Mountain, which is between Charlottesville and Stanton. That mountain, those of you familiar with the area, is the one that's got the lights on the road because the fog gets so thick. If Fancy Gap's the fog's that thick, I can only imagine how Afton Mountain is, because it's usually way worse than Fancy Gap is. Well, Steve, I need to ask you, You said that when you come back, it's going to be the month of June. Was that a misspoken or not? Because the day after Memorial Day is not June 1st. That's not to the week after. Are you out next week?
You know, that, you're right. I keep thinking, just like I've been thinking all week, that Memorial Day is the last day of May. It's not. You're right.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to clarify
just
that.
a misspeak. Yeah, we got next week technically before where June 1st is until what the hell?
The following Monday. I think.
Right. The following Monday.
Yeah,
I'll be
just
here.
Wanted to clarify.
I will be off
Okay.
Monday. I will be off Monday, but then, I don't know.
Right.
Yes, correct.
Right. Yeah. And by the way, it was good seeing you again there a couple of weeks ago up there at the Manheim Auto Lot.
Yeah, we
to
haven't even spoke since then, have we? I think this is the first time you checked in. Yeah.
Yeah. I just guess things have been going on, and I've been told that, thank you for taking the blind man. It was my honor to be able to take him up there.
I've spoke to him a couple times, and so how long of a drive was it from? It was a pretty good haul from his place there, over to Manheim, wasn't it?
Well, actually, his place was about the halfway point. It takes us about 2 hours to get to his place, and I think it was maybe a little over 2 hours from Silver Spring up to Manheim. It was about 2 hours on each leg of that journey,
Mm-hmm.
so it wasn't so bad.
Okay.
He lives in an interesting area. His house has got some age to it, and it's funny. He's got a nice size house in one of the biggest houses in one of the biggest lots in that whole neighborhood. He told me that house is actually one of them houses they ordered back in the day from Sears and Roebuck. You remember hearing them stories?
I do. Yes, sure enough.
Yep. Yeah, it was a kit. That's how that house came about. Yeah. Another note I want to mention. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about the death of Kyle Busch. I was never a Kyle Busch fan. I did not care for his style of driving. Didn't care for his attitude. But my family's prayers goes out to the family. I'm sorry to hear of the loss. But same way when Dale Earnhardt died, I was a Terry Labonte fan, and the old school NASCAR fans know that rivalry went back to their rookie year in '79. They beat and banged on each other for over 20 years, and I was a Labonte fan. So
wow,
you don't like Terry Labonte, and you don't like and Dale Earnhardt. I mean, it's the rivalry. It's kind of like back in the early '90s when him and Rusty used to get into it, or I think it was in the late '80s. Bill Elliott and him was the big rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
And Terry, it was off and on for pretty much their entire career. One note of that I always thought was ironic. A lot of people may remember the '95 night Bristol race where Dale Earnhardt had come up and hit Terry Labonte, and Terry Labonte went sideways across the finish line and won that race, and then went straight on in turn one wall. Drove into the victory circle with his hood smashed up. He had to look out the window to see where he was going. I don't know whether you remember that race or not. But 2 weeks later, to Dale Earnhardt's credit, they was down in Martinsville, which when I was running the Greensboro run, I was within a mile of that track every night, and I run that run twice, on the way down and on the way back. Well, after the race, to Dale Earnhardt's credit, he said, yeah, there I was going in 3 there about midway through the race, and next thing I know, I was in the wall, and as I went into the wall, I looked, and there went that 5 car under me. Says, I figure I had that in coming. Yeah, and the first time they went at it at Bristol, I believe it was in 87, 88, Dale took Terry out. In 99, he took him out also in the last lap. But Dale took him out in 88, and next day, Dale called up Terry, and he says, I feel kind of bad about taking you out there last night. He says, we're off in 2 weeks. Why don't you come down to my farm and we'll do some deer hunting? Terry's reaction was, only if I could walk behind you, Dale.
That's great.
Yeah, but that's what old school NASCAR was about.
Yeah.
It's a lot different in them days. Yeah. So, yeah, I tell you, that's about all I got for tonight, Steve. And I hope everybody has a good Memorial Day. And like I said, remember what this is about. It's not about those of us that served. And yes, I was in the Army, Knucklebuster. I know some time ago you claimed I was in the Navy. No, I'm not a squid. I'm a ground pounder, actually.
Pappy was a Navy guy, and it was 5'7" was a Navy guy.
Right. I was in the Army, and Heat Wave was in the Air Force.
You said Girl Scouts?
Yeah, I think that's more what it was. That's what I keep telling him. He says, well, we actually had propellers on our beanies, Heat Wave's a good guy. I mean, you gotta like the guy. He's definitely a good-hearted man. And he's in Texas right now.
Yes.
At his niece's graduation. I hope he has a safe trip home. All right, Steve. Well, thank you for taking my call, and I hope everybody has a good night.
All right. Thanks for some of those NASCAR memories. Over the years, I did have the opportunity to see Dale Sr. In person several times on the track. And I've had the opportunity to see Kyle Busch on the track and the driver introductions. And much like Dale Sr., Kyle Busch, as far as driver introductions, they always said Dale Sr. was, you had the Intimidator Nation, a massive fan following. And it was either you loved him or hated him, right? During those introductions, you'd have the massive cheers, but at the same time, you could hear that echo of boos in the crowd. Yeah, same thing for Rowdy. Kyle, it's a lot of Rowdy Nation, big time fans. Tons of people in the M&Ms, jackets, shirts, back in those days. But you'd hear that echo of boos as well. Each and every time. Kind of a shocker. Hey, Silver Bull, I think Sneakers, he did a little search for you. He said, why would the lightning look orange? He said, a quick look, it says, most likely caused by there's a concentration of dust or smoke in the air. Could be other reasons, but I would, if I had to venture a guess, with some of the wildfires they've had down there, and of course, they've got fires raging in California. It's that the particulate matter in the air that changes. Probably if you could see the moon, it would have an orangish tint to it when you got the dust or smoke in the air. California, he was talking about the winds out there when he was out there a few days ago. Those winds and the hot, dry weather continue to fuel the explosive growth of wildfires. Thousands have been evacuated, and some residents masking up due to the poor air quality. Evacuations remain in place for fires burning in Ventura and Riverside counties. The Sandy Fire in Simi Valley is actually burning near the Santa Susana Field Laboratory, which is a former nuclear reactor site, they say. Raising air quality concerns, fine particulate pollution levels have prompted health officials to issue air quality alerts for parts of Southern California, including portions of Los Angeles, Riverside, San Bernardino counties. Residents who see smoke in their communities are being urged to stay indoors and wear an N95 mask when you're going to be outdoors. The Sandy Fire that started on the 18th has now grown to more than 2,215 acres, 30% contained, they say. Evacuation orders and warnings remain in place along the southern end of Simi Valley and the surrounding communities. due to that proximity to the Santa Susana Field Laboratory, the former nuclear reactor and rocket testing facility. They say officials are conducting air quality monitoring around the fire perimeter. Monitoring equipment has been proactively deployed to establish background air quality readings and help assess conditions should the fire advance further into that area. At this moment, they said the fire has not crossed into the field laboratory property. But we're talking an area where nuclear cleanup continues more than 50 years after a nuclear reactor mishap. At the Rocketdyne site, fire crews are prioritizing the protection of that facility and the surrounding communities there.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, real quick, a little more on the ongoing wildfires. California, the Bane Fire burning in Jurupa Valley. That's Riverside County. It started on the 19th. That's burned nearly 1,500 acres. Also listed at 30% containment. Sand burned into the firefighters dousing with fire retardant. Destroyed an unknown number of structures and continues to threaten homes, they say, with multiple communities under evacuation orders or warnings. Animal control officials evacuating animals from the Western Riverside Animal Shelter earlier this week as the fire was threatening that facility. Then you've got the Verona Fire, also in Riverside County, that had quickly grown to 600 acres at 38% containment. And earlier this week, AccuWeather was sharing the guy that was actually rescued during the Santa Rosa Island fire after he was able to scrawl SOS on the charred earth. The Santa Rosa Island fire at 17,500 acres. Numerous media outlets have speculated that that fire was inadvertently started by that 67-year-old man who was ultimately stranded on the island after his boat got stuck on the rocky shoreline. The U.S. Coast Guard said the fire was started by a person, but the exact cause, they said, was still under investigation. But that guy was rescued after he had to spend the night on the island. Ultimately, helicopters capturing footage of him next to the emergency message, SOS, inscribed in the burned landscape there. That fire destroyed a couple of historic structures on the island, including the Johnson's Lee equipment shed and the Wreckline camp cabin. But yeah, the winds fanning the flames. 844-844-3388. Jason, morning, Steve, here in Glasgow, Kentucky. Overcast, roads are wet. We've got 64 degrees. I'm looking at getting maybe a spare truck in the morning to purchase, if it's okay. All right, be safe out there to all the listening family. News a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. will prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, warning very drastic action could follow if diplomacy fails.
We have total control of the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, with our blockade. The blockade's been 100% effective. Nobody's been able to get to us like a steel wall.
Trump insists that Iran will not be allowed to keep enriched uranium. Sarah Kellen, a former assistant to Jeffrey Epstein, testified on Capitol Hill that she was sexually and psychologically abused by the financier for more than a decade. James Comer, the Republican committee chairman, praised her testimony.
Of all the people that we've interviewed thus far, this was by far the most substantive and productive interview that we've had. She was very brave coming forward.
House Republicans say she also provided 3 new names of Epstein associates, with lawmakers pledging to pursue the leads following her closed-door testimony. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, what do you say? We'll give a shout out to Bob in Michigan checking in via Facebook this morning. As is Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. I wish a happy Friday, hump day, well, whatever day. But yes, sad day for the NASCAR nation. Yeah, prayers going out to Rowdy's family, friends, co-workers, fans. We're finishing up a C-stop, a drop-in hook at my store, and we're going to be heading back to the yard to do it all over again. Yeah, we've got some clouds, breezy, humid mid-60s. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend when you get to it. Very good. Hey, not often do we hear from the two-time, 2 nights in a row. What do you say, Lauren?
Morning, Steve. Hey, did you say that Kyle Busch, you made it sound like they thought he had a sinus infection?
That's what they had been saying. He'd been battling for several weeks.
Well, my hot-blonde wife is a month ago, she had sinus surgery, and she went in a week later, and they took her splints out of her nose, and ever since then, she has been fighting a really wicked high fever, and has had a lot of sinus congestion, got an infection, it's down in her chest now, and
wow.
They've got her on some higher antibiotics, and I talked to her today, and she was going through a phase where she'd go to bed at night with 101-degree fever and take a bunch of Advil, and then it'd knock it down, and she'd get up in the morning and be up 101, and it'd fluctuate all day long. And then they even went to a point where they had her see a cardiologist because she was starting to get congested in her chest too. And when you were saying about him having that sinus infection, I was thinking a lot about that because she's been. And I know he didn't have any kind of surgical procedure done, but they were saying that them sinus infections, especially after surgery like that, can be, it's almost like when you got teeth that go bad, and it can affect your heart like that. And so I hate to hear that. He was a great competitor in NASCAR. Hey, and then, Steve, I wanted to... Silver Bullet had talked about how real quickly they rebuilt that bridge on the railroad. The federal highway funding, when they built these bridges, requirement that they have to go through. When we lived in Wyoming, my wife was office manager for the Wyoming Contractors Association, and you had to be a member of that in order to do any kind of federal bridge or highway work. And what Davis-Bacon funding does is it makes sure that you pay the prevailing wage, and there's a lot of paperwork and bureaucracy involved in it. And oftentimes when a contractor is signed up to get qualified to build a highway, sometimes that job was 2 or 3 years down the road because it took that long to get the paperwork done for it.
Wow.
So that's a perfect example of a private company, the railroad, rebuilding that bridge right away for use versus relying on the government to do something. So anyway, well, thank you, Steve. Everybody have a great weekend. I'm going to be up I got an aunt celebrating her 90th birthday in Marshalltown, Iowa, so I'm going to be up there this weekend saying hi to her, and then we'll be back on the road next week.
All right. Well, hey, and I wanted to say a tip of the hat to you. I did see, I knew what you were talking about in your message earlier. I saw your very courteous, polite response to some comments that were thrown your way. That was a good way to respond.
Yeah, I try to have a little bit of fun out here and put an alternative opinion out there, but and I don't mind people coming back and kind of jousting with you a little bit, but you know when you're calling somebody a name and you don't even know who they are, that just kind of it ruffles my feathers a little bit. I try to think of everything through the eyes of Christ now, you know. So yeah, but I tried, so you'll have to call and tell my wife I gave somebody a courteous response sometimes, Steve.
So, would she be surprised by that?
Yeah, well, you know how they get sometimes. They think we get a little bit too growly over things, and we think we're just answering it the proper way, you know. So, all right, have a great weekend.
All right, you safe travels out there. Watch your speed. Right. There's nothing been officially disclosed, but I mean, you do the quick search. Yeah, Kyle passing at the age of 41, having been hospitalized for an undisclosed, what they were saying, severe illness. Now, just days prior to the hospitalization, they say he had been battling a sinus cold, a sinus infection that was kind of exacerbated by the intense G-forces and the elevation changes during that race at Watkins Glen, the road course. But officially, neither his exact diagnosis nor the cause of death was publicly disclosed by your family. All I know is, again, I'm just kind of thinking out of the box. I mean, people get infections all the time, but if an infection gets into your blood, and you can go into sepsis or septic shock or, of course, in the sinus cavities right there near the brain. We'll wait for the official word, but that's just kind of, again, thinking out of the box. Who knows? But indeed, prayers for the family. The surviving Biffle family members also kind of responding this past day that they had just gone through something similar to this, which they stated on behalf of the Biffle family, the passing of Kyle is incredibly difficult to comprehend. First and foremost, we are praying for Sam, Brexton, Lennox, Gay, Tom, and Kurt. They stood with us through our own grieving just 5 months ago, holding our hand at the service and continuing to offer support and love. A loss like this is unimaginable for any family. Our hearts ache for them. Kyle was larger than life, iconic, fiercely competitive, and an amazing friend to Greg. They leaned on each other often, not only through racing, but through life and personal challenges as well. Greg and Kyle actually spent time together in Glamis during the off seasons, enjoying watching their boys together and always looking ahead to the future with excitement and pride. It's hard to imagine our racing community without Kyle. The impact of this loss will be felt far beyond the racetrack. We love the Bush family. We will be here for them in any way they need. From, again, the Biffle family, who just, of course, lost Greg, the plane crash, and his wife, kids. It's just... Meanwhile, so we kind of watch everything get kind of shuffled. What happened to the hantavirus? Did it suddenly disappear? I mean, in the blink of an eye, it's not being in the news. It's all suddenly replaced by Ebola. Apparently, this outbreak in the Congo in South Sudan had been underway and not detected for at least several weeks before the first official diagnosis. And by that point in time, the spread had very much wider than anyone anticipated. The World Health Organization is being criticized for their very late response. But where we stand now is the U.S. is not going to allow anyone who's traveled to those areas, the Congo, South Sudan, Uganda, in recent weeks. There's a travel ban that will be in effect for the next 3 weeks, they tell us. There was a plane actually en route to Detroit that was diverted to Canada because there was a traveler from that Ebola-hit portion of the Congo that somehow was able to get on the plane. They say they weren't supposed to be. There have been now some 600 suspected cases of the virus. 139 deaths reported across areas, the Congo, South Sudan, Uganda. U.S. Customs and Border Protection revealing that after learning an Air France flight had a passenger from the Congo, they immediately ordered the flight to be diverted from Detroit Metro Wayne County Airport to the Montreal Trudeau International Airport. The CDC had previously announced all non-U.S. passport holders would be barred from entry into the U.S. if they'd been to any of those areas within the last 3 weeks. Let's see. Customs and Border Protection spokesperson in a statement said that the agency took decisive action by prohibiting that flight from landing at Detroit due to entry restrictions put in place to reduce the risk of the virus. The passenger should not have boarded the plane, first of all. Montreal Trudeau International Airport directed request for comment to Air France, which confirmed that Flight 378 was diverted at the request of U.S. authorities after it departed Paris on Wednesday, landing in Montreal shortly after 5 in the afternoon Eastern Time. There was no medical emergency on board, and like all airlines, Air France is required to comply with the entry requirements of the countries it serves. Let's see. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, addressing the ongoing outbreak in Africa, shared his primary concern was to make sure no cases come to the United States. And he also raised concern over, the World Health Organization's delayed response to the outbreak there. It's not like we've never been here before. It's been there, done that, essentially. And we have protocols in place here in the event that the illness does. And some analysts, some experts are indeed saying they would not be surprised if we do ultimately see some cases arriving here in the United States at some point. Buckwheat on board here. What do you say, Buckwheat? Happy Friday.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. I'm glad Gilligan cleared it up because I was going to question you on that, too, if you were going to have off next week, with what you said at the beginning of the show there.
I apologize. Here I was. I'm thinking that this is going to be the last program in May, and June 1 is Monday. No! Or June 1 is Tuesday.
Well, I mean, you're getting a couple days. Skipping a week to get my birthday closer, you know. Everybody likes to have their birthday, you know. But anyhow, yeah, I had to just put my jacket on while I'm driving here. When it was 95 degrees earlier this week, I turned all my heat valves off. And so now I'd like to have some heat, but there's no heat to come into the heater. So anyhow, we'll survive. Yeah, come in this morning and hooked up to my trailer, and I'm like, boy, this thing seems odd. Seems really light. And I walk in and open up the door, and, well, there's only 2 skids on the truck. Here, 15 skids got canceled, so, yeah, I got a very light load going to New York City. I still have the same stops, but, yeah, one of the stops, most of their order got, I don't know what happened, but.
Wow.
Yeah, so, hey, that's what happens sometimes, you know. I'm not sure if they didn't get the stuff in time or, yeah, but, yeah, on Wednesday, I was up there doing my thing up in the city, and I come to do a pickup, and I come down the street and make a right-hand turn to get on the next street where the customer is along, and they got yellow tape going across the road, fire trucks all over the place, and all kinds of emergency equipment. And I was like, well, somebody must have died or something. And it was like right underneath the railroad tracks. And, well, I got to get myself turned around. These railroad tracks, you can't cross just anywhere, you know. You might make your reefer trailer into a dump trailer. And so, yeah, so I got all situated and got back around, and here it ended up being a hazmat leaking from a trailer, and so I'm not sure what the chemical was, but yeah, they had the hazmat unit there. And I was sitting there watching them. It's like 95 degrees, and these firefighters had the containment suits on. And they, they had then they started undressing, you know, because they got the situation handled, and they had these bins, like tubs, where they would stand in, and they have it like a garbage bag, so they would drop all their clothing into this garbage bag as they were standing in the garbage bag, and then somebody would seal it up, and then they put it inside another container and another container.
Wow.
And yeah, these tubs, I call it spring steel, where you got this stuff where it's real big, and then it's sort of like there's metal, and it's sort of supposed to fold up over itself and get real small. Well, I have trouble doing that sometimes, you know, and stuff don't fit back in the package again. Well, I'm glad to see that I was not the only one who has issues of trying to get this spring steel folded back up again. But they were having trouble, and taking 3-4 guys trying to roll this tub up into a little compartment. But anyhow, that's some of the exciting stuff you see sometimes that you normally don't see. But you were talking about AAA yesterday morning, and about how they say so many people are going to be traveling, and I could understand how they could get the information about people on the airlines, but you know, they say about people traveling more than 50 miles away from home. I just sort of curious how they get that information, because
right.
You know, yeah, because on Tuesday Freeman Wheat says, hey, we don't got anything going this weekend. Maybe we should go to the cabin. Since Ashton Markart is graduating on next Friday, and I wanted to take him to the cabin for his graduation, because he likes that. And so I called my sister, who's in charge of the family cabin there in Huntington County, and Yeah, she said there's nobody at the cabin on the holiday weekend. So on Tuesday, we decided we're going to go to the cabin this weekend. And, yeah, it's probably going to be raining most of the time. But, hey, you know, that's all right. We'll make do with it. I'd wanted to go to there's a town there, East Broad Top Railroad, that has a little steam engine and stuff. And we've rode that many times. And they sort of expanded the line to the south, and there's a railroad tunnel that the train would go through. And I heard they're running the train to the south, but they're only going to start that in June. And so, yeah, I was hoping that maybe we could hop the steam train and head on a new section of track. I mean, we've been going up there for 25 years and rode it many times, but it's nice to see something new. But anyhow, that's sort of what we're planning this weekend. It's probably going to be a little cooler. You know, Ashton Mario Kart last year, we had videos of him sitting on the porch and looking out over the mountain and, you know, and doing his stuff and on tables and that. But probably won't be doing that this weekend. It's probably going to be a little too cool. I think they want the high temperature about 49 up there.
Right.
On Saturday. Yeah, it's going to be a little cool, but hopefully it don't have the problem like they do down there in Fancy Gap where you can't see in front of your face. You know, hopefully the fog don't roll in, but, you know, hey, whatever happens, we'll handle it. But, yeah, I just wondered, you know, when you play those comedy bits, did you ever think of or have access to somebody like Jerry Clower or Wes Harrison, the man with many voices or sounds?
I would have access to that. I used to play some of the old Hudson and Landry bits too. Yeah, you know, it's been nice to have some Jerry Clower. I mean, that's pretty old stuff, but I think he's long gone by now. But I liked the old talking dog story.
Yep. Dog didn't talk. They got rid of that lying dog.
Right? Are you sure that lying dog is dead?
Oh, yes. Well, you do a good job, Steve, and I appreciate you and listening to all the other people that call in. And, it's a nice two-time world champion bull hauler there. Nice to hear that I'm not the only one that struggles with your better half thinking that you're a little bit too rough when you handle situations. You know, I hear that a lot from Cream of the Wheat. You know, hey, you're being too mean. Like, no, I'm just saying it as it is, you know. But yeah, they add the sugar and spice to our life, so that's good. We all need that. So anyhow, that's all I have, and we'll speak at you later.
Hey, thank you for checking in. Enjoy whatever you find yourself into over the weekend. You, Cream of Wheat, Ashton, Mario Kart, have an enjoyable weekend. All right, news break just ahead. Eagle, are you hanging with us? Wake up. We got you coming up following the news break here. And on down the line, we roll into, well, we'll call it a casual Friday. Industry headlines. Well, we'll start with truck insurance cost rising. How are truck drivers adapting? Buckeye Boy shared here a couple weeks ago. He went to renew his insurance and jacked him up. What was it? $80,000 a year for his 3 trucks. Recent research by the American Transportation Research Institute found that liability insurance premiums increased nearly 19% from 2021 to 24. That coincided with a decline in heavy-duty truck crash rates. Based on the data, ATRI highlighted a sharp rise in crash claim expenses in determining the increase in insurance costs. Per-mile liability losses were up 33% among respondents, while premium cost for excess coverage rose at even higher rates. Increases in the 5 to 10 million and 10 to 15 million insurance layers point to rampant litigation aimed at inflating claims costs. Study indicated certain risk management strategies led to successful outcomes. Their report gives us some invaluable visibility on the changing liability insurance landscape and how the fleets are navigating that. We'll give you more as we roll into a Friday. First, a news update, a service of Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that cannot afford downtime.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House Republican leadership has canceled a planned vote on a war powers resolution related to Iran, drawing some sharp criticism from Democrats on the floor.
Are we not voting on it because the American people are sick and tired of this illegal war that is costing tens of billions of dollars? Gas prices are through the roof. People can't afford their groceries. Is that why you're pulling it?
The debate over U.S. involvement in Iran continues amid rising tensions and costs. The Trump administration is rolling back Biden-era EPA rules on refrigerants used in refrigerators, freezers, and air conditioning units, aiming to reduce grocery and cooling costs.
The higher cost threatened thousands of jobs and was passed on in the form of higher prices and higher taxes.
While speaking from the Oval Office alongside grocery executives, Trump said the changes will save Americans around $2.4 billion a year. A former federal prosecutor was indicted for allegedly stealing and emailing sealed Justice Department documents tied to Jack Smith's investigation into President Trump. Prosecutors say confidential records were improperly shared, and the former attorney now faces up to 20 years in prison if convicted. The U.S. is escalating Cuba pressure with a new strategy.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio outlined a new approach towards Cuba, including humanitarian aid and political messaging aimed directly at the Cuban people, as Washington increases pressure on Havana. The move coincides with the indictment of former Cuban leader Raul Castro on murder-related charges, which Cuba has condemned. Officials say the strategy is intended to encourage political change, while critics warn it could further strain already fragile U.S.-Cuban relations. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 276 points, the S&P 500 rose by 12 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 22 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
3 people are dead and 19 hospitalized after exposure to an unknown substance in New Mexico.
Authorities say the victims died in a possible home hazmat situation in the town of Mountain Air, 43 miles east of Belen. Responding paramedics were exposed to the substance as well. 18 of them, along with one of the home's occupants, were taken to an Albuquerque hospital. Investigators are looking into the cause. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson is walking back earlier critical comments about Starbucks following backlash tied to remarks about the company's recent corporate layoffs.
The baristas have shared that the best way to show our support is not to buy Starbucks in solidarity.
Wilson says her statements were not intended to single out the Seattle-based chain as the company continues restructuring and cutting hundreds of U.S. corporate positions. A former employee of a nationwide nonprofit serving the homeless in the L.A. area is facing federal drug charges.
Prosecutors say 42-year-old Christopher Johnson of Culver City was arrested after allegedly being found with fentanyl during a police stop near MacArthur Park earlier this month. Johnson previously worked for People Assisting the Homeless, or PATH, until last September. Federal prosecutors say PATH distributed syringes in the area, but a spokesman for the nonprofit claims that's not true, saying the organization does not provide needle exchange services and currently has no contracts in the MacArthur Park area. I'm Sharon Reardon.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Another hour underway on a Friday. We'll take it. As we head into the Memorial Day weekend. All right, Eagle joins us here on a Friday morning. Eagle, what's happening?
Yeah, I told you
I'm going to be out here on the road this weekend. I noticed so far, don't look like it's too much traffic out here on the roads today. We'll see what happens tomorrow weekend. But I think these fuel prices are going to keep people at home. See, you know, they talking about record numbers, but I don't think there's going to be no record numbers of people traveling because it's close to $5. It's close to $5 a gallon down here in Texas, where I'm at right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that should never happen. That should never happen, Steve. I told you that we moved to Texas when I was a kid back in 1980. And the reason why we came to Texas, my dad rode a Greyhound bus down here from Detroit, Michigan. And guess what? The first job he got as soon as he got off the Greyhound was a job in the oil industry, working in oil. And now to think that we're paying $5 a gallon for gas is embarrassing. And I'm going to continue to say that, Steve, because Texas is known for oil. It is ridiculous that we're paying that type of money for fuel, and I'm going to continue saying that until the price go down. Now, as far as the situation goes with Kyle Busch, I hate what happened to the man. I'm going to say this, and the other guy who calls in who claims he knows so much about NASCAR, he can disagree all he wants. I really don't care. But Kyle Busch is the best driver. I'm talking about overall driver in the history of NASCAR. That includes Dale Earnhardt. I'm talking about over the 3 series, Steve. This man won the truck races, Busch races, and the Cup race in the same weekend. There's very few individuals that he did it several times. There's very few individuals that can win 3 races in one weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Kyle Busch did that, and that makes him, as far as I'm concerned, the best driver to ever get behind the wheel of a car. And the only reason he didn't do it even more is because NASCAR, they made the rule up for him, Steve. You remember, I think just a couple of days ago, you were talking about why do they have a limit on why NASCAR drivers can't run into the second tier series. That's the reason why, because Kyle Busch and Mark Martin and people like that were dominating. Kyle Busch, if he was allowed to run those races, he'd be winning week in and week out. Same thing go with the truck race, but they wanted to see new faces. No telling how many wins Kyle Busch would have racked up if they would have allowed the man to continue doing what he was doing. So, like I say, he'll go down in my book in NASCAR. As far as the race go on Sunday, Steve, the race has to go on. Kyle would want that to happen, but I don't think the 8 cars should be included in that race in respect to Kyle Busch. It can run the next week, the week after, but it's too close to race day. If it would have been on Monday, I could understand, racing the car, to give people, his family several days to get over the heartbreak. But this is too close to race day, Thursday. They only got Friday, Saturday. They already got qualified. This is too close to race day to have that car running around the track when you got a man dead. The guy ain't even buried, and you running that car around the track. What do you think about that, Steve? Do you think they should run that car and the man is not even in the ground yet on Sunday?
But they announced a backup driver. I forget his name before they announced he had passed away. I don't know whether they'll actually run it or not. That's a good question.
Well, I'm just saying in respect to Kyle Busch.
Right.
I feel, Richard Childress, I respect the man. He lost Dale Earnhardt, back in 2001, and now he lost another superstar driver. Me, personally, if I was the owner of the team, I would not race that car on Sunday in respect to Kyle Busch. And hopefully on Sunday they'll have some kind of tribute to Kyle Busch like they did for Earnhardt. They'll stop the race on lap number 8. And have everybody run half throttle, no passing like they did when Earnhardt died on lap 3. Hopefully, on Sunday, no drivers will be allowed to pass on lap number 8 in respect to Kyle Busch, because, like I said, Kyle Busch. I'm not saying he's the best driver on one-on-one in one. Earnhardt will probably be that man, but I'm talking about if you go over, Earnhardt never won. He never won those 3 races on a weekend, Steve. He never won Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Kyle Busch did. I'm talking about overall driver. Kyle Busch is the man. You want to talk about best driver with the most talent? Yeah, you might say Earnhardt or Richard Petty or somebody like that. But Kyle Busch, the man deserves all the respect. People don't like his attitude, but that's what made Kyle Busch the man that he was. He wanted to win at all costs, and he stepped on a lot of toes. But I respected him just the same way I respect Denny Hamlin. And only thing I hate for Kyle Busch, he never did get into Daytona. You know, he never did win a restricted plate race. He never could get into Daytona and win that race. But he did everything. He did everything he possibly could in NASCAR. And like I said, it shocked me that the man is dead. And you know who I really feel bad for, Steve, is his wife. I was just looking at. She has a TikTok. I've been seeing her for years, but she has a TikTok channel, and she makes videos, and she's totally devastated. She's a big supporter of Kyle Busch, and his son races cars. He's 11-year-old, so hopefully he'll continue the legacy of Kyle Busch. You know, just like Dale Jr. did when his father died. I hope Brexton, that's his name. Hopefully the young guy will continue racing. I know he's heartbroken right now, but hopefully he'll continue his career in tribute to his father. And like I said before, Steve, I'll definitely be watching on Sunday, and you know, maybe some other people can chime in on their opinion on that. But like I said before, me personally, I don't think that car should run this Sunday. Like I said, the following Sunday, I can understand, but Kyle Busch is not in the grave, and I think it would be disrespectful to run that car on Sunday. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Hey, thanks for checking in. You know, when they first made that announcement this past day, the fan reaction, many were, you know, what was the name of that racer? Somewhere I had it in the mix here. But they were, you know, complaining about you really think this kid's going to be able to run 600 miles? Yeah. Meanwhile, let's get to, hey, Pappy checking in here. I guess sitting there twiddling your thumbs.
What's going on, Steve? Hey, I'm sitting here at 75 and 562. Got the northbound lane at 75 shut down. City had a crash eastbound 562, the Norwood lateral, that paddock was moving slow. I think they got that cleared up now, but hey, as long as you're taking requests, how about some Cheech and Chong, man?
There you go.
Huh? And unfortunately, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't hear a price on them mankinis, man. I'm thinking might be interested in a pair. But I'm thinking they're probably $19.99, and for the low price of $49.99,
you can get two.
You can get two pairs. I didn't hear that put out, but anyway, what's going on, man? It's Friday, brother.
Yep. I've been confused on my Memorial Day all week. What the hell? And then I'm thinking Monday or Tuesday is going to be the 1st of June, and I'm a week off there too.
I kept thinking it was yesterday or last Monday for whatever reason. I don't know why. Just thought it was, and then come to find out, well, nope, it's this coming Monday. It's all good. So what are we on? We're on the 22nd of May. Since you're going to be off on the 23rd, I figured I'd throw this out there like I do every year. See if you can guess where I'm going with this. What happened on the 23rd of May, 1934, in our nation's history? 1934. Any idea?
Not off the top of my head, unless I did a quick Google search.
Well, a posse set up just outside Gibbsland, Louisiana on Highway 154, waiting for Bonnie and Clyde to pull up.
There you go.
And they sure did on a Friday morning. I think it was around 9 a.m. They pulled up in what a lot of people call it was an ambush, but they said they flat out just murdered them two, which I think you can argue the point that they were too dangerous to try to take alive, especially back in them days.
And obviously they didn't hesitate. Yep. And I think Pappy just kind of disappeared there. He lost his connection. I heard a little radio traffic. And all right, maybe he'll chime back in. Hey, Two Time said, I saw a post asking if the hantavirus was actually going to be the next election virus. Or maybe now could the Ebola be the next election virus? All right? Yeah, I got the midterms coming up here. You know, maybe we'll all have to get our mail-in ballots. All right, just ignore them on board. I was talking about a 3-week travel ban. He said 3 weeks, it should be 3 centuries, and then 3 weeks after that to determine if we need to extend that by another 300 years. Not liking visitors from those countries, are we? Yeah, the Congo, Sudan. All right. On a more serious note, last year, the Department of Transportation, as we know, strengthened English proficiency requirements for truck drivers. Now, the Department of Labor is getting involved, ensuring that all visa workers meet the requirements before getting a job in the U.S. Under this administration, the DOT's been on a mission to clean up trucking. A big part of that involves targeting unsafe foreign truck drivers, the tightening of non-domiciled CDL standards, resurrecting out-of-service requirements for English proficiency. While the DOT enforces English proficiency regulations for truck drivers already operating on American highways, the Department of Labor is making sure foreign workers meet those requirements before entering the country, aligning itself with the executive orders that enforce trucking rules and designate English as the official language of the U.S. The Department of Labor is requiring all job orders and applications for foreign workers who will operate commercial vehicles to now include English proficiency requirements, or soon to be. In other words, before employers can bring in foreign workers, including EB3, H2A, and H2B workers, they must submit a job order and an application to the Department of Labor's Office of Foreign Labor Certification justifying the need, while the Department of Labor admits that a significant portion of employers already comply with English proficiency regulations. Explicitly requiring it in applications will ensure uniformity among all employers looking to hire foreign workers as commercial motor vehicle operators. Holding the employers to existing English proficiency requirements will be critical to keeping Americans safe on the roads, according to the acting labor secretary. At President Trump's direction, the Department of Labor is doing our part to ensure foreign workers possess necessary English language skills to safely operate commercial motor vehicles. It says the FMCSA is still responsible for enforcing English proficiency rules. However, requiring the foreign workers who will be driving a truck to read, speak, and write the language during the visa application process will nip part of that issue in the bud. An acceptable statement that meets the Department of Labor's new guidance includes the worker must be able to read and speak the English language sufficiently to converse with the general public, understand highway traffic signs and signals in English, respond to official inquiries, and make entries on reports and records. If an employer fails to include English proficiency requirements in their job orders that include driving a commercial vehicle, the visa application will be returned with a notice of deficiency that will require the employer to fix the problem before those visas can be granted. Now, the new English requirements comes as guidance in the form of frequently asked questions. Although guidance is not legally binding, it reveals how an agency interprets laws and enforces regulations. The new English proficiency requirements for visa job orders and applicants will be going into effect on June 15. Okay, so about 3 weeks away, right? There we go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it here. Hey there, Scrapyard. What's happening?
Oh, just trying to make it. I'm still sick with this crud. You know, that my entire family, in fact, is. My poor old stepdad. Looks like we're going to have to put him in the hospital forcibly because he will not go. But this goes out to Lauren. Listen to me very carefully. The nose and mouth area, be it the inside or out in the medical field, is called the triangle of death for a reason. This crud that is going around apparently is a mutated form of COVID. And after talking with the doctors, making multiple trips back and forth to the doctor and the hospital with all my family members, they think what happened was that domestic poultry and wild birds were infected with histoplasmosis, the plasmodium, kind of like a proto-amoeba. And humans can get it. In fact, I've had it 4 times and nearly killed me. But the coronavirus apparently got those infected birds and latched on and to already infected cells and copied the RNA from the infection that they had to its own makeup. And this is because all the doctors said that what the CDC sent them about the actual physical structure. They took samples trying to identify this, and it shows it's COVID by its physical structure in a scanning electron microscope, but it's changed genetically so much that the test cannot pick it up. It comes back negative. So please don't wait around. Get your wife to the doctor or to the hospital because having an infection in that area, it's right at the base of the brain.
Right.
And please don't wait around. Don't take it for granted. Oh, she'll be better in the morning. Morning may not come. I watched Miss Patty almost die on me, and I don't want that for you.
So if you're sick, please get to the doctor. And if family members are sick, don't wait around. Don't play around with this. It's like what they told me, that 11 million people across the country right now have this, and people are dying. So, like I say, I'm begging and pleading with you. If you love your family members, your friends, whomever, don't take any chances, because it's like that Garth Brooks song, "If Tomorrow Never Comes." That's basically the only way I can put it.
It's kind of, not really hearing anything about it in the news, though. I mean, why is that?
Yeah, they're trying to not start a panic, because they're not absolutely sure. It's just pure speculation on their part. But the doctor told me that they have received the bulletin from the CDC concerning obstruction, and that the test, though, will not show it. And so the doctor said, I can't legally call this COVID. That's what the doctor told us.
Huh.
When I was sitting there with Miss Patty, he said, I legally can't call this COVID. And that was the doctor's exact words. And up there at St. Vincent Hospital. And I had it myself while I was in there. He said, you need to be in here. And I thought I was getting over it, and then all of a sudden started coughing up blood, because I coughed so hard I had ruptured a blood vessel in my left lung.
Yeah.
And then after they got it dried up, the bleeding stopped. Like 4 or 5 days later, it also causes a condition. When a horse gets a strangles and the glands in her neck swell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got to hold the thought. Pause there for a news break. Brought to you by Industrial Injection. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment, since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House Republican leadership has canceled a planned vote on a war powers resolution related to Iran, drawing some sharp criticism from Democrats on the floor.
Are we not voting on it because the American people are sick and tired of this illegal war that is costing tens of billions of dollars?
The debate over U.S. involvement in Iran continues amid rising tensions and costs. The Trump administration is rolling back Biden-era EPA rules on refrigerants used in refrigerators, freezers, and air conditioning units, aiming to reduce grocery and cooling costs.
The higher cost threatened thousands of jobs and was passed on in the form of higher prices and higher taxes.
While speaking from the Oval Office alongside grocery executives, Trump said the changes will save Americans around $2.4 billion a year.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 276 points, the S&P 500 rose by 12 points, and the NASDAQ gaining 22 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups cars today.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
I did a quick search there during the break, Scrapyard, and I guess this was right about a month ago, mid-April, on an episode of the Today Show. But they were talking about a new variant. I don't know if this is the exact one you're referencing or not, but they said it is a heavily mutated new variant that may be better able to evade immunity from vaccines or prior infection. As of, again, about a month ago, it's been detected in more than half the U.S. But they said perhaps more concerning is the variant's slew of genetic changes in the spike protein, which sets it apart from the other variants. Well, we know viruses mutate constantly. That leads to the emergence of new variants. This one has a lot of mutations that may cause it to look different to your immune system. Those changes have the potential to reduce protection from, again, a previous infection or even vaccination, according to the latest study from the CDC. As a result, the hyper-mutated strain is being closely tracked by public health officials. They're calling it the cicada variant. All right. This particular strain, it was under the radar, they say, for a long time. Yeah, for about 2 years. As it's been kind of, I guess, mutating. This BA 3.2 has 70 to 75 mutations in its spike protein. which they say that's a lot. That sets it apart from the other strains that had been targeted by the vaccines. This represents a new lineage that is genetically distinct from the family of variants we've seen in recent years. We think it might be able to evade a lot of the immunity already in the population. Does that sound like the one you're talking about there, Scrapyard?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, the spike proteins that surround the external structure, originally they had 3, and I think now it has 5, and it's basically like a hand. And it'll grab, if it finds a target cell, it latches onto it and pulls itself in until it can pierce the into the cytoplasm of the targeted cell, and it ejects its transfer RNA, or it's also called messenger RNA, injects it into the cell, and it starts along with a prion-like protein device, basically a molecular machine that starts taking the DNA of the cell that it's infecting, unzips it, and tries to make copies of itself, but the cell that it's hit may have a slightly different DNA substructure, and it will do the best that it can to try to make pure copies of itself, but sometimes it can't, and that's where the mutation comes from. And if that cell is already previously infected with something else, well, it can pick up the snippets of RNA from what is infected that cell beforehand. And that's how your gross mutations come about, because a virus is really not considered a life form. It's a proto-life. But it just, it manifests and all that by cross-replication and to keep its lineage going. And so in that, it's like, been begging and pleading with people and all that to take care. If you start feeling sick, quarantine yourself away from your family members, even if you got to stay in a tent if you have to, because this is horrible. And another effect of it, you know how like horses would get what's called the strangles, where their throats would swell and all of a sudden start bleeding around the windpipe area? Well, same thing has happened. I had it 5 days after my initial attack, right there at the glottis and epiglottis, where your trachea and esophagus join together right there at the base of your tongue. It looks like I've got a goiter right now. It swelled up. The next thing I know, I was spitting up copious amounts of blood. It'll cause your throat to swell and start bleeding there right at the top of your trachea, in that fleshy gland area at the base of your tongue, and it's rough. It's really rough. It's very frightening whenever you think you're getting better, and all of a sudden your throat swells and you start spitting blood everywhere, and it's not a small amount neither. So I had that for several days, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this stuff is horrible. I wouldn't want anybody else, not even somebody I hate, to catch it. And but with it being this highly contagious and airborne, the doctor said that masks don't do a damn bit of good. When Miss Patty was in the hospital, he said that the masks don't do a bit of good, and because it's a virus, it can pass right through the weave. He said that about the closest thing to any protection would be a full NBC suit like the CDC would use, and be the closest thing to any protection at all from this variant. So it's like myself and all that, and plus to the medications that I took. Well, I'm probably going to have to go back to the doctor again, because apparently I got myself a bad dose of C. diff. Took so many such high volumes of antibiotics.
So
it's that could kill you as well if you've been taking antibiotics and all that, and you can't keep anything down after you've completed them and all that, yeah, you've done wiped out your internal culture, and you need help immediately. So, I recommend doing that. If you're finished your medicines, you're still feeling bad, go seek help.
Might need another round or something. There you go.
No, not another round of antibiotics. Well, for a C. diff, they can give you oral vancomycin, but in the most extreme cases, after they give you all that medicine and all that, you're going to take a probiotic. It's actually called a fecal transplant by enema. And to reculture your insides and all that, going in the reverse direction.
Right.
And yeah, I looked that up already, and
you've pretty much you've killed all the bad bacteria, but you've killed all the good bacteria in your gut. In other words.
Yeah, and see, the thing is, it's Clostridium something difficile.
Yep, right.
And it's in the air. It's on your skin. It's everywhere. And it can land a spore that can land on the food that you're eating at the time. And next thing you know, bam, you're all of a sudden you're very, very sick and weak and shaky, and it creates a neurotoxin as well that you have a hard time regulating your heart rate. And I'm having that going on right now, so it looks like I'm going to the doctor today.
Wow.
So yeah, that is.
Yeah, I know the C.
Even
diff
after
thing,
the fact,
that's also very highly contagious as well.
Yes, and it kills 30,000 people a year. Yeah, that C. diff kills on average 30,000 people a year in the United States alone. So all I can do is beg and plead and hope that everybody comes out all right. If they end up getting sick with this, and I'm even more happier if they never do get sick with it.
Right. Okay. Well,
thanks
for the update. Thanks, Scrapyard. Next thing you know, he should be in quarantine, right? All right, maybe not the news we want to hear, but an oil industry analyst this past day says gas prices could spike next week if the U.S. and Iran don't reach a deal on reopening the Strait of Hormuz, as we're anticipating record numbers of travelers expected to hit the road. Now, we know what the Strait of Hormuz is all about. It's been at a standstill, effectively. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps began restricting normal shipping, laying sea mines. There are more than 1,500 commercial vessels remaining stalled offshore. The U.S. then imposed what the administration describes as a naval blockade on ships entering or leaving Iranian ports, which is still in place. The U.S. maintains that a total reopening of the strait is non-negotiable. Iran continues to insist they will not cede authority over the waterway until the U.S. lifts the naval restrictions and their financial sanctions. So as stations sell through their fuel, usually they turn tanks every 2 to 4 days. What happens today in oil prices will start pushing prices lower this weekend. So relief should be somewhat quick, according to Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy. If no deal pans out, oil could indeed spike next week. Memorial Day weekend kicks off the summer travel season. 39.1 million people expected to travel by car, despite the high fuel prices, with the average at $4.56 a gallon right now. This is the most volatile summer at the pump in years. And, of course, the Strait of Hormuz is at the center of this. He added Americans will be paying billions more to travel this summer. Even after the strait reopens, it could take a year for these prices to fully recover. Despite the prices hovering at 4-year highs, gas consumption remains relatively strong. Analysts warn that a supply shortage could be on the horizon. Gas storage has fallen for 14 weeks in a row. And every week during the war in Iran, and we're going to stagger kind of into Memorial Day weekend, the start of the busy driving season, within striking distance of an 11-year low in storage. Let's see. Bob Yager, director of energy futures at Mizuho, says we're in trouble as far as gas is concerned. Inventories at 214.2 million barrels last week, down about 11.4 million from the same time last year. In late April, the stockpiles shrank 7% over a 28-day period. Here we are in May, and of course, busy travel time coming up, really kind of kicking off this weekend. What would it turn into? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Alrighty, just a quick heads up. Commercial truck traffic is again allowed through the I-20 work zone in Bossier City, after Louisiana transportation officials officially lifted the truck restriction that's been in place since December of 23. Louisiana DOT announcing commercial vehicles, including tractor trailers and school buses, can now legally use the affected I-20 corridor between Hamilton Road and Industrial Drive. Yeah, that restriction was originally introduced because of the narrow bridge lane widths in that construction zone that created safety concerns for the larger vehicles. During that closure, commercial drivers were required to use I-220 as an alternate route, and enforcement action was in place for violations. They thanked commercial drivers for their patience during this extended project. And they said final construction work should be wrapping up here in late May or early June. But yes, a rather extended detour. Hello, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, not so happy Friday, but happy Friday. Now, I want to say something. I can't speak for everybody, but I think I can speak for another. Used to be a good caller of yours that don't call no more because he retired. Yeah, from South Carolina. We lost a hell of a racer today in Kyle. Really, we did. Because I say this because Monkey Gouger and I, we used to talk about him all the time when we would be on the phone. We couldn't stand that boy, Steve. You remember them days, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
You know why? He was in that damn Japper crap. In fact, I think that's when Jimmy came up, or Gouger came up calling the Japper crapper because we couldn't beat the little bastard. No way could a Chevrolet get by Kyle. And we have often said he would be the best racer that we'd ever had if he'd ever get into that bow tie. Well, he got into the bow tie, and yeah. And yeah, too damn young, really, he was, Steve. And just amazing how, boy, this NASCAR's took a hell of a hit here in the last, month and a half, too.
It's been a rough. I mean, well, of course they lost Biffle, and that's the irony, though. I mean, I guess so. He was actually in that Truck Series. He won that last Saturday, and his comments post race. The irony that he told the interviewer that you never know when your last one's going to be.
Yes, sir, and you know that almost is the same words. It goes back to the Intimidator. I cannot tell you the exact words that the man said, but Dale Sr. said you're going to see a race that you'll never see it again.
Yep.
And Dale Sr. said that.
Yep.
And I mean, since you said that, that almost threw cold chills up my back. Damn, Steve. Well, even Scrapyard was talking about a little bit scary to me in a way. Most young things don't scare me. But are you telling, or you say what, 75, 80 mutations of this garbage?
70 to 75 mutations on that particular strain. Yes, that's pretty crazy.
I mean, there will be no way they could even ever, and I wouldn't take it if I given it to me and forced to. There would be no way they could come out with a shot against that now, could there? That's too wide.
Well, nothing that's existing right now. I mean, they're saying all the people who have taken previous vaccines, it's not going to recognize this strain.
Wow.
If they had if they were to happen to come up with a new vaccine for that particular, I don't see a lot of people lining up to get it. Do you?
No, I wouldn't. Really, I wouldn't. Too fast. There we go. Too damn fast again, sir.
Right.
That's where I was out on the last one. Because hell, we ain't tested out on lab rats yet, but yet we were being forced to take it. I don't know whether Santa Claus posted something here earlier today that was funny or the truth. You haven't looked at your fun page, or your fan page tonight, Steve?
I have not.
He posted that possibly California is talking about wanting a 140-mile-an-hour coach that would be faster than a train.
I saw, that's a true story. That wasn't a funny, some sort of a bus that would get him from, what was it, Frisco to L.A. or 140-mile-an-hour bus.
The traffic won't allow it, Steve. Unless they're going to pave another highway. I had read about.
Give them a special lane, maybe? Designated bus route.
Yeah, but damn these idiots that we deal with out there in California every day. Hell, ask Heatwave whenever he calls back in. Hell, they don't know how to drive out there 70 mile an hour, double the speed limit, and them cutting off one of them buses. I would put it this way. I wouldn't mind buying a ticket to load half of them damn Democrats up and load it, because there's going to be a hell of a crash, and there's going to be a death count that you can never count. I mean, I think you could literally have Blood Alley, but I do have another. You ever talk about mail-in vote? I'm really talking out of my head on this one. Can you just imagine us suspending the election? Say there's no voting. We don't trust the mail-in votes. We don't trust all your little heebie-jeebie garbage that's going on. And we'll not have a 2026. We may not have a 2028. And just President Trump is 2032.
Oh, boy.
Boy, what a great season it would be. But I don't know who in the hell that damn Democrat was rattling his gums on your news break, but I wanted to throttle him. He's got a voice I can't stand, but talking about the bad war. I'm sorry. I said it last night, not before. This is the 47-year coming, and the damn Democrats are sorry that finally we got the ones out that should have been out 47-plus years ago. But no, on the next news break, you'll hear it again.
I'm sure we will, and that's coming up here as we speak, Plowboy. Enjoy your weekend. News of service of industrial injection since 1985. Diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance says the U.S. is making progress towards a deal with Iran, but warns that other options remain if the talks fail.
We're in a pretty good spot here, but there's an option B. And the option B is that we could restart the military campaign to continue to prosecute the case, to continue to try to achieve America's objectives.
The president has reiterated the U.S. demands over Iran's nuclear program and the Strait of Hormuz as negotiations continue amid rising regional tensions. Border Czar Tom Homan says he wants more deportations, should expand enforcement against illegal aliens rather than narrow their agenda. He says federal efforts are already underway to increase removals nationwide as officials continue ramping up immigration enforcement operations across the nation. Americans heading into Memorial Day weekend are feeling the squeeze as travel costs are surging nationwide.
Airfare is up nearly $90 from last year, with the average domestic ticket now around $383. And gas prices have climbed $1.42 per gallon year over year, according to AAA. Despite the spike, a record 39.1 million Americans are still expected to hit the road. Economists do say many families are shortening trips or staying closer to home as vacation inflation continues continues to push up the cost of lodging, dining, and other activities. I'm Monica Nelson.
Well, it turns out a college degree is no longer the only path to get a lucrative career.
Challenger, Gray, and Christmas, one of the world's largest recruiting firms, says skilled trade workers have seen a 30% wage bump in the last few years. Electricians, plumbers, and others who become masters in their skill areas can earn more than $100,000 a year, and many work while they are learning their trade. That means they enter the workforce with much less debt than many college graduates. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Investigators say 2 teenage suspects in the deadly attack at a San Diego mosque
appear to have been radicalized by online extremist content. Authorities say the pair killed 3 people before taking their own lives after Monday's shooting at the Islamic Center of San Diego. A 75-page document tied to the suspects contained neo-Nazi ideology with hate speech targeting multiple groups. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Former Exodus International leader Pastor Alan Chambers, age 54, is under arrest in Orange County, California, following a child exploitation sting. He's been accused of sending inappropriate messages to an undercover detective posing as a minor, as well as attempting to arrange a meeting. He faces charges including solicitation of a minor. That's according to the Orange County Sheriff's Department. A man wins $835,000 over being arrested due to a Facebook case.
Tennessee officials have agreed to pay $835,000 to Larry Bushart, a retired police officer jailed for 37 days over a Facebook meme posted after the assassination of Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk. Bushart's felony charge was later dropped, and he has filed a civil rights lawsuit alleging wrongful arrest and free speech violations. His legal team says the case raises broader questions about how far authorities can go in policing online expression. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
That a confident Kyle Busch
is a dangerous Kyle Busch. Your 69th victory in this series, your 5th right here. Why do these moments never get old, Kyle?
Because you never know when the last one is, you know. So I know all too well, unfortunately, with the Cup stuff. But, you know, here with the truck stuff right now is it's awesome just to be a part of Spire Motorsports. Thanks to Jeff and Dan and Mr. H for the opportunity. HendrickCars.com. I'm sure it looked great out front leading the race, and it wasn't just Kyle Larson doing it. So
amazing. That's last Saturday. Yeah, Kyle Busch. The truck race. Yeah, how things can change in the blink of an eye. And, of course, the comment, you never know when your last one is going to be. Never has a truer statement been made, right? Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning there, Steve-O. Yeah, shock is an understatement. When I got up this morning, I was sitting there moving some stuff to the new house, and I seen that he had been hospitalized for a medical condition.
Serious illness, whatever that is, serious illness.
Yeah, and I'm thinking like pneumonia, flu, gallstones, something along that lines. And then all of a sudden, I was heading back over here to Little Rock. It was about 5 o'clock our time, my time.
Yeah.
And I seen it come across out of a TV station out of Little Rock, and I called Dingbat, and I asked her. I said, "Hey, you know that Kyle Busch died?" She said, "Huh?" I said, "Yeah, Kyle Busch died." She goes, No. I said, "Yeah, look it up." And then all of a sudden, that's when the various news stations, it just started popping like fireworks.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, you know, I'm going to agree with Eagle. I'm going to disagree with him. The greatest of all times, no, he's not the greatest of all times. Now, say the 2000s, 2010s, yes, no doubt in my mind. I mean, 234 victories over 3 series. But the thing Eagle fails to realize is the Truck Series didn't get created until 95. So, realistically, Dale Sr. would have only had about, 4 or 5 years, about 5 years or so to race it. So, and even then he wouldn't have all the victories in that series. Now, if I remember right, he did run a few, and I say a few, he ran a few of the Busch races.
Right.
And the reason he did all this is to not get burned out. I mean, when Kyle Busch first came into the Cup, he was running, if it had 4 wheels and would go, he was racing it. And it's like Kyle Larson, and that's why I've said before, Kyle Larson just needs to slow down a bit, because you never know when you're going to make that one turn, and that's going to be the last turn. But also, too, the one thing a lot of people did not like about Kyle Busch when he was coming up, when he was, 18, 19, 20 years old at Hendrick, was a cockiness. Because remember, a lot of us were cocky back when we were like 18, sure, 19, 20 years old, right? But he mellowed out. The thing that I have found very interesting, though, Brexton's birthday was 3 days ago, Steve.
His little boy?
Yep. Can you believe that? 3 days ago, he was celebrating a birthday party, and now they're celebrating, they're getting ready for a funeral.
Yeah.
But, I see where Eagle was going with the whole, okay, you know what, we just need to park the car for a week and do whatever. You got to remember, these sponsors are paying big bucks for their car to be ran. I was listening to a podcast many moons ago where Richard Childress was on there, and they asked him about the day that Dale Earnhardt Sr. died. And Richard Childress was out at his property over in North Carolina and just wandering around and was thinking. And he said that he went back to when they had a hunting trip back in I think the mid '80s, and that topic came up. Dale said, "What would you do if I was to die?" He said, "I don't know. I really don't know what we do." Dale said, "Well, we started this together. We're going to end this together." So when that happened, he told his secretary to call NASCAR, get the next available number, and told the guys at the shop to paint the car white, and that's how Kevin Harvick became in the 29 car. And Austin Hill has already been being groomed in the O'Reilly series as to come up, because remember silly season. Remember I called earlier this week and we're talking about Kyle Busch in the silly season.
Is that the guy that they had announced yesterday was going to step in, to step in for Kyle before his passing? Is that him?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
There's been names bounced all around. Austin Hill's one. Jesse Love was another. You have a whole bunch of those guys that are coming up. They're hungry. They're thirsty. They're going to win. They're going to be competitive. Now, my only question is, since this happened, and this is the first death in NASCAR since Dale Sr. However, now I'm going to put the little asterisk over here by it. Dale Sr.'s was actually an on-track crash fatality.
Yeah.
This was an off-the-track fatality. So,
well, we had Biffle, though. Biffle's plane crash, right? That was...
Yeah, but Biffle was not an active driver, though.
Gotcha. So there wasn't wasn't a question about, or you got to field the car. So are you kind of, because Eagle was questioning, do you think they're going to run the number 8 this weekend, or?
Yeah, they've already said it. They had this already lined up ready to go when Kyle was into the hospital. They already announced that Austin Hill was going to run the car. RCR had already planned on something being short term. Like Alex Bowman had with those 5 races earlier in the season. That's what they were hedging their money on. Nobody, and I mean nobody in the NASCAR world saw this coming. This came out of not just left field, but out of the park. So they were just preparing this to go on. So I don't think the numbers are going to change. Austin Hill will more than likely take over the car, but my question is the points. Will Austin Hill still be able to accumulate Kyle Busch's points, or is Austin Hill going to start from scratch? Because we're halfway into the season right now. That's going to be the real big question in my mind as to what's going to happen with the points. Because, see, Richard Childress Racing is already getting points as it is, because there's an owner's championship, manufacturer's championship, and the driver's championship. So, but did you happen to catch the new Hall of Fame members, Steve?
That I did not. No, I guess that's all kind of overshadowed.
Well, it was a couple of days ago, and of course, I got to have that nice time off. My lovely Friday part 2. Kevin Harvick's going in, Jeff Burton's going in, and what's his name? Last name is Phillips.
Larry Phillips.
Thank you. And I don't think Larry Phillips should be in there. I really think Harry Hyde should be in there, and that's my personal opinion, because Harry Hyde is the one that's the center character in Days of Thunder. Days of Thunder was built around Rick Hendrick getting started and Harry Hyde starting Hendrick Motorsports. That's who my pick would have been to put in that slot. But, hey, you know what? They didn't ask me for my opinion. So,
all right.
But one other thing, too, that I do find interesting in all of this is Nuremberg is being run. I think it is. I could be wrong. Verstappen is already planning on taking his GT car there and going to run the 24-hour race there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other thing, too, is Kurt Busch is going to be running as well, but he's not going to be running the traditional 24-hour Nuremberg race. It's some sort of offshoot with classic cars that they're going to be running. I saw the story, and I was going to send it to you, and like I said, me and Beth are in the process of moving, and you know what happens when you move. You kind of lose touch with reality somewhat. So, well, Steve, have a good weekend, my friend. Don't eat too much and swim too much in the pool, you know. Oh, wait, that's right. You got to go to Steven's house to go swimming. Right?
I would have to do that, yeah. I think it'd be more like the polar bear plunge.
Well, you do fit the polar bear, right?
Bye to me. Yeah, you have a good weekend. But just, you scroll through and you see the comments. I mean, virtually everyone in the NASCAR family, former drivers, current drivers. Chase Briscoe is one who says, this doesn't even feel real. Easily one of the absolute greatest of all time. Any track, any car, it didn't matter. He was going to be good. Getting to race against Kyle was a true pinch-me moment. I'll never forget the first time just sharing the track with someone I had so much respect for. Two of my favorite wins of my entire career came going head-to-head against Kyle Busch. And what made him so special was the fact that I was racing against KB, someone who I considered one of the all-time best. Getting to know Kyle through my NASCAR career has been a highlight for me. Whether I was racing door to door with him or talking to him about Samantha, Brexton, at Lennox, what all they had going on, I always had to tell myself how cool it was. I was getting to be around one of my heroes. I'm going to miss everything about KB, and I assure you, no race I run from now on will ever feel the same because the impact Kyle Busch left is unlike one any other driver could ever have. Thoughts and prayers going out to the entire Busch family and all of Rowdy Nation. Godspeed, Kyle Busch. Again, that's the sentiments of Chase Briscoe. In the NASCAR community.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Indeed, it is a casual Friday, and on occasion we do get a check-in from Philip. Morning, Philip.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? I had to check in today, man. I mean, come on. I mean, that's Kyle Busch, bud.
Right.
You know, I mean,
yeah.
That ain't absolutely not Earnhardt, but he was to that level of Earnhardt. I mean, when you actually turn on the CBS News last night at 6:30 Eastern time, the first story that was on there was about Kyle Busch.
Really?
Absolutely. The very first one was about him. Now, I will say this much. The guy that was doing the commentary on it, or, you know, the anchor, he obviously don't know Kyle because he said, you know, his sons and, you know, Kyle has a daughter. And that's what I want to give him. I want to give my condolences out to Samantha and the kids and Kurt, you know, and his family. You know, that's a lot more important. And if you followed Kyle on Facebook, and I followed Kyle and Samantha both, they enjoyed life. If you look at their pages, especially Samantha, I follow Samantha a lot. They actually came down to the park beginning of May. They were at the park, Samantha and the kids. And, you know, it's one of them things that, you know, a lot of people seen Kyle as a driver and what he did as a driver, but not too many people saw what he did as a parent. The amount of time he spent with Braxton working on his cars, getting him set up for the go-karts. You know, I mean, the kid is basically driving a modified. He's driving little mini sprint cars. He's driving all kinds of stuff. And it's because his dad really worked with him. And, you know, hopefully Braxton, you know, carries that on with him and continues racing. I hope he does. I hope he doesn't give it up. You know, and his daughter, I mean, they put a lot of time in with her. I mean, it's just, that's the side of the story that a lot of people don't see in these big names. You know, they just see what they do in their, you know, their deal. They don't put into what's behind the scenes with their family and whatnot. You know what I mean? And that's what, you know, I have a lot of respect for Kyle as a driver and what he did in NASCAR. He had big things, but it's like what he said. It's one of those shock moments. I mean, I'll always remember where I was at. Last night I was eating dinner with my wife and my kids, and my wife goes, "Oh, no." I said, "What's wrong?" She goes, "You ain't going to believe this," and told me about it. You know, so, I mean, It's one of those things. What do you think, buddy?
Yeah, it was definitely a shocker to me. It's not, I mean, it's not like I wasn't even aware. I remember a few weeks ago, you know, Watkins Glen, when Brain Dead did mention the fact that he was, you know, calling on the radio that he was going to need like a shot from the doctor. I'm guessing he needed a shot of antibiotic or something. I'm not sure what it was, but he wasn't.
Well, he evidently had something going on.
Yes.
He probably needed a shot, or, you know, he might have needed some fluids because he was dehydrated, that kind of thing. You know, we'll probably find out that part of the story as things progress as far as him, you know, what happened.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, that's when, you know, when it's all said and done, buddy, and I mean, Rambler will tell you this, and we all get religious, you know, when people pass away. But hopefully he got things together. Excuse me. You know, it's one of those deals. It's like everybody thinks they're just this big, huge person. And they, you know, I mean, there was a video I seen a while ago. He was in a trophy room at his place, at one of his places. And
I could only imagine.
He said his room was full from wall to wall, from the floor to the ceiling, around the walls,
right,
of stuff. And he's got a calculator there, and he goes, well, evidently this must have been before he won his previous races. He says, well, I got 231 trophies in this room right now. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a pretty big accomplishment, and he did it on all the series. Was he the greatest of all time? You know, I hate that term. I mean, I play music. I've heard that term about musicians over the years. I've heard it about singers. I've heard it about you name it. I've heard it the greatest one of all time. He was one of the greatest.
Correct.
And there's a term. He fits in the same term as Earnhardt. Earnhardt was one of the greatest. Now, There's only one thing that Kyle didn't do, and a lot of people never really looked at this part of his deal. He never raced for Ford, now did he? Did he ever race for Penske? That's the one thing he never did. But if you look at it, he raced for Hendrick, he raced for Joe Gibbs, and guess what? He raced for RC. So those are the three biggest teams, three of the biggest teams in NASCAR. That man raced for all three of those teams. And you know what's funny is, even though he could be a pain in the butt, and Denny Hamlin, I know Denny Hamlin is probably feeling really awful bad right now, but the thing about it is, every one of those owners, when he raced for them, they respected him. Even though that he would be a pain in the tail, they still respected the man. What do you think, Steve? I think that's pretty much it. You think that's a fair statement?
I would say absolutely. And, did you realize he holds the all-time win record in both the Truck Series and the Xfinity Series?
Absolutely. He put a lot of work. He put a lot of work into that Truck Series. I mean, he had his own team at one time. He put a lot of work into that, a lot more than what. I mean, probably Richard Childers and is probably the only guy, maybe Hendrick, that put a lot of time into that Truck Series to get it going and stuff. But if it wasn't for Kyle Busch, that Truck Series would have been flat. Because he put a lot of time and a lot of money, of his own money.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of his own money. It wasn't just, Joe Gibbs' money. I mean, money that he had earned through Joe Gibbs. That money went into trucks that got people into the sport. And you think about it, there's a lot of racers out there. I'm not going to name them all off because there's a bunch of guys that run his trucks that he helped out to get into to racing. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Just like Tony Stewart. He's, Kyle is in the same realm as Tony Stewart and those guys. You know what I mean? It's one thing to be a racer, and even Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt was in this. But it's one thing to be a racer, but when you actually help other people and you're an innovator in the sport, that's to a different level.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we got to pause. News break. Quickly, we'll return. News a service of Industrial Injection, fuel injectors, pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House Republican leadership has canceled a planned vote on a war powers resolution related to Iran, drawing some sharp criticism from Democrats on the floor.
Are we not voting on it because the American people are sick and tired of this illegal war that is costing tens of billions of dollars?
The debate over U.S. involvement in Iran continues amid rising tensions and costs. The Trump administration is rolling back Biden-era EPA rules on refrigerants used in refrigerators, freezers, and air conditioning units, aiming to reduce grocery and cooling costs.
The higher cost threatened thousands of jobs and was passed on in the form of higher prices and higher taxes.
While speaking from the Oval Office alongside grocery executives, Trump said the changes will save Americans around $2.4 billion a year.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 276 points, the S&P 500 rose by 12 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 22 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
Hey, we're back at it here on an early Friday. Heading into the Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, you look at some of the numbers. You're talking the sudden passing of Kyle Busch. His 63 Cup Series wins ranks him number 9 on the all-time Cup Series list. He achieved that milestone, winning at least one Cup Series race in 19 consecutive seasons, 2005 to 2023. Across NASCAR's top 3 national tiers, a combined 234 wins. Stands as the most all-time, well over 30 victories ahead of second place. And indeed, he still holds the all-time win records. The Truck Series with 69 wins and 102 wins in the Xfinity Series. Brain Dead mentioned a few minutes ago, and I didn't realize that. His son Brexton just celebrated his 11th birthday, 3-4 days ago, something?
Yeah, absolutely. Kyle's birthday was at the beginning of the month. Okay, then his daughter Lennox, her birthday was the 10th. And then his son was just 3 days ago. Yes, sir.
Wow.
May was a big month for them. It kind of trends that way in certain families. I mean, even in my family, between the end of April and March, that's when all our babies came around. You know what I mean? And that's, and there's something that a lot of people I don't think really knew too much about Kyle Busch and Samantha is, they had problems having kids. And they were lucky they got Braxton to start with, but with Lennox, they had to have a surrogate, but they used her egg and, Kyle's stuff. And they went through the infertility thing like a lot of people do, Steve. So that just goes to show you, big names like that can still have the same problems that people in their daily lives can have. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about Samantha and Kyle both is they're big into charity, but they're also big into helping people with infertility. They helped a lot of people, with surrogacy and all that kind of stuff. And, they went through a lot of different routes to try to have kids. And, it was a big deal. And that's something nobody knows about. All they know about is like what you said earlier, is those records, as far as his driving career. And there was a lot more to Kyle Busch than just driving that race car. He was there. He was there in a lot of different ways. Was he cocky? Absolutely. Was Dale Earnhardt cocky? Yeah. Absolutely. Was Neil Bonnet cocky? Absolutely. When you get up into that level, absolutely, you're going to have an attitude. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. That is the pure competition in somebody. They've got to compete and win. And I think Richard should carry the car on. The number 8 has been around forever. Junior carried it. There's a lot of people that have carried it. Ralph Earnhardt carried it. I was born on August 8th. 8th has been in my number forever. And it's basically an infinity of 0. It's going to keep on going. If you look at an 8, it just keeps on going. All right. And Kyle Busch's legacy will keep on going. It ain't going to die. He'll still be, not for the record books, but he'll be in a lot of people's minds for other things he did as well as racing. And he's still got, just like Biffle, 8 and 8, 16. What's Biffle's number? 16. Okay. So it's still going to keep on going. You know what I mean? So, but that's all I got today. I want everybody to have a safe weekend. And by the way, Steve, I haven't seen if they reset or not. I know we scrubbed yesterday on the Starship.
Yeah. I saw they got down to 40 seconds. I guess they had some sort of a valve issue or something. Yeah, and I have not yet seen if they've got a new window.
Well, so hopefully they get it off today, because if they don't get it off today, it's going to be next week because of the holiday, because they got to open that beach up down there by where it is, because that's one of the, that's one of the beach areas that everybody goes to down in that area down in there. But they got what they call the deluge system, which is the water system that you shoot the exhaust into, and it cools things down. It keeps vibration down. They had problems with that. They had problems with that they couldn't get it off the ground because of that. And it's a new plant. It's a brand new launch pad. We're figuring that stuff out. It's still testing, and hopefully we get it off today. If not, we can wait till next week. Not a biggie.
There you go.
Just got to do what we got to do. So, but I want everybody to have a safe weekend out there, and y'all be careful. We'll catch you later.
And I am seeing, I pulled up the headline, says they will try again today, apparently. SpaceX scrubbed the test flight Thursday. The 12th test flight was pushed till today, Friday. This is going to be, of course, the third version of the massive rocket. And what else? The rest of the story. The 90-minute launch window that opened about 6:30 this past evening. SpaceX video host said the company got the vehicle totally loaded onto the new launch pad. Elon's reusable rocket He's spent more than $15 billion on this Starship program, according to Wednesday's filing. This marks the company's last chance to dazzle investors with a Starship launch before SpaceX shares hit the public market. The IPO thing, that's supposed to be what? Like $1.something trillion valuation. Last year, SpaceX's space segment generated revenue of $4.1 billion, recording an operating loss of $657 million. They count on Starlink for a hefty amount of revenue, and all of its profits, in other words, that mostly consist of Starlink, that brought in sales of $11.4 billion and operating income of $4.4 billion in 2025. That was like 61% of the company's total sales last year. All right. About 18 before the hour. Again, under the industry headline, still digesting last week's Supreme Court ruling, the impacts on the industry that rewrote broker liability. And in Cleveland, Wednesday of this week, the deputy administrator of the FMCSA spent the afternoon explaining exactly what they will and won't do about it. Jesse Ellison, FMCSA's deputy administrator, joined FreightWaves CEO Craig Fuller for a fireside chat at the company's Freight Fraud Symposium at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame there in Cleveland. The timing, they say, was deliberate. Montgomery invalidated two of the defenses that brokers had long relied on in carrier liability cases. The safety exemption of the FAA Act, which courts had used to shield brokers from state tort claims, and the informal standard that a clean FMCSA carrier record constituted adequate vetting. They are both now gone. What replaces them is the question that the industry had gathered to ask. Ellison's opening position was firm, stating, quote, "Doesn't change anything for us. We have the same authorities that we had. We don't have safety authority over brokers." Then almost immediately he walked it back. What's changed is that clearly the activity of a broker is now considered part of a motor vehicle, and that is within our purview. That tension, the agency maintaining its posture while acknowledging the expanded legal terrain, kind of ran throughout the entire session. One thing they say he was kind of unambiguous about is we're not a certification agency. The only time we make a determination on the safety fitness of a carrier is when we say a company is unsatisfactory. The uncomfortable math surfaced during the question and answer segment when the Doug Wagner, longtime CEO of Echo Global Logistics, asked what percentage of carriers have actually been touched by the FMCSA. Even something as basic as a roadside inspection. Ellison put the figure somewhere between, say, 60 to 70%. Fuller sharpened the problem. He said, what about the 5-truck carrier with no inspection history? How does any broker underwrite that risk, he asked. Ellison's answer was that FMCSA needs to focus on clarifying what the standard is for the post-Montgomery world. There is no timeline for when that clarification will be arriving. One piece of infrastructure landed the day before the symposium, which was the DOT formally launching the MODIS system, the new carrier registration system using biometrics and data analytics to verify operator identities. Secretary Sean Duffy called it a tool to confirm those who apply for these numbers that they are who they say they are. Ellison positioned Modus as the FMCSA's primary weapon against freight fraud moving forward, and advised carriers who don't immediately need to re-register to hold off at the moment. If you don't need to go in, don't go in right away. Most of our population doesn't need it. So at the end of the day, the Supreme Court case, Montgomery, ended the legal architecture that gave brokers a clear carrier vetting defense. The FMCSA will not become a certification body, but Ellison confirmed broker activity now falls within their purview. Until the FMCSA publishes a new vetting standard, brokers are operating in a liability, you'd have to call it a gray zone right now. You should document every step of your carrier evaluation process now, because that paper trail will actually matter when litigation comes forward.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As we've been talking for months now with the enforcement of the English language proficiency, trying to get those non-domiciled drivers off the road. I guess they're making progress, but there's more to be done because innocent Americans are still dying out there at the hands of illegal illegals driving truck in this country. The latest, an Indian illegal alien truck driver released into the United States by the Biden administration, accused of causing a crash that killed a 16-year-old boy and a 20-year-old man in the sanctuary state of California. In this case, it is 24-year-old Manveer Singh, an illegal alien from India, arrested by the Highway Patrol, charged with vehicular manslaughter with gross negligence, hit and run resulting in death or injury, and obstructing or resisting a police officer. Prosecutors say on May 19, yes, just a few days ago, Singh was driving a semi-truck when he veered off the road, hit a guardrail, which caused a multi-car crash. Singh then tried to flee the scene of the crash. The 16 and 20-year-old were killed instantly in the crash. According to the statement from the Department of Homeland Security, this criminal illegal from India should never have been behind the wheel of a semi-truck and allowed to kill two innocent people in a multi-vehicle crash in California. He is now charged with vehicular manslaughter, hit and run resulting in death or injury, and resisting a police officer. Yet another example of why illegal aliens should not be operating trucks on American highways. We need Congress to pass Delilah's Law to prohibit states from granting illegal aliens commercial driver's licenses. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has lodged a detainer against Singh, pleading with Governor Gavin Newsom to ensure he remains locked up in jail rather than being released back into the community. Singh first crossed the southern border in Arizona, July of 2023. Of course, at that time, the Biden administration's catch and release policy, headed by then Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, made certain Singh was released into the United States. And with, literally with each passing day, there is more blood, there is more dead innocent Americans on the hands of the likes of Alejandro Mayorkas and the previous administration every day. Rubber Duck says, well, I woke up and I guess it wasn't a dream. This really sucks. Kyle Busch, he said he was Ryder's favorite driver. He didn't take the news well. ESPN did a good story with Marty Smith and SVP on YouTube. All right, we'll have to check that out. What do you say, Eagle? Welcome back.
Okay. I saw that story you just talked about, Steve. You should see the damage that guy did. That truck, the accident in California, man. He damn near, that car is almost non-existent. Whoever that kid he killed, that guy drove almost. He drove over that car almost. What'd you say?
The 16 and a 20-year-old. There are two people killed there. Yes.
Yeah. I seen that earlier, but I wanted to talk about Bush. But like I told you before, Steve, Gavin Newsom, he has blood on his hands. There, like I said, all the licenses that he gave away, out there in California, him and Biden, they continue, like I said, they still got a few of them losers driving these trucks. They, there's not as many of them as they used to have out here, but they slowly but surely, I tell you what, they better not come down to Texas where I'm at, though, because they ain't playing. I told you, Greg Abbott, he ain't playing games in Texas. If you want to lose your driver's license, come down to Texas, and I promise you, if your truck ain't in working order, you'll find out real quick what the real deal is. Because I passed by a scale today, Steve, at 9 o'clock at night, and you never see scales open in Texas, and that scale was wide open.
at 9 o'clock, and they had DOT people out there still trucks in the dark. They ain't even had no lights in the parking lot, and they still was inspecting trucks. So they gotta, like I said, if your truck is not in working order, my advice to you is don't come to Texas, because, brother, and especially if you're an illegal driver, they'll find you and you'll be put out of service real quick, because Greg Abbott is not playing games. And like I said, California, like I said, Steve, it's really sad what's going on, and that's just the future side of America, Steve. I've told you this for years now. Anybody that wants to see the future of America, if a Democrat gets in the White House, just go out to California and take a real good look at things. Just take some photographs, take your camera out there with you when you go, because and take your video camera too, because that's what your life is going to be after 2028. If a Democrat gets in the White House, that's what the new America look like. And believe me, Steve, it ain't a pretty sight, because I've been to California and it ain't good, and it ain't good at all. So now let me talk about this situation here, Steve. Like I say, I'm not gonna make a big deal out of these things no more, Steve, because apparently the people that are in charge of these situations are not making a big deal out of it. So I'm gonna say like my grandfather told me a long time ago: if they don't care about it, I don't care about it either. Now, when it comes to this Ebola virus, because they're making the same mistakes that they made with other things. It look like we got lucky with the hantavirus. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't as strong and as powerful as what they said it was. It looked like this thing is not doing what it was supposed to do. But this Ebola virus is a different scenario, Steve. With the hantavirus, you only had 10 or 15, 20 people dead. Maybe not even that. They talking at least, I don't know what the death toll is right now.
It's right about 140 dead. They know like 600 cases, but yeah, we'll pick up there when we kick off the final hour. First, news a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. will prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, warning very drastic action could follow if diplomacy fails.
We have total control of the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, with our blockade. The blockade's been 100% effective. Nobody's been able to get to us like a steel wall.
Trump insists that Iran will not be allowed to keep enriched uranium. Sarah Kellen, a former assistant to Jeffrey Epstein, testified on Capitol Hill that she was sexually and psychologically abused by the financier for more than a decade. James Comer, the Republican committee chairman, praised her testimony.
Of all the people that we've interviewed thus far, this was by far the most substantive and productive interview that we've had. She was very brave coming forward.
House Republicans say she also provided 3 new names of Epstein associates, with lawmakers pledging to pursue the leads following her closed-door testimony. The CDC reports an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda, with ongoing transmission across multiple health zones and confirmed deaths. Officials say the risk to the U.S. remains low, while health teams expand surveillance, isolation, and cross-border contamination efforts to slow the spread. Vladimir Putin leaves China without a key gas deal.
Russian President Vladimir Putin visited Beijing seeking stronger energy commitments from Chinese President Xi Jinping, but fell short of securing a major gas pipeline agreement. While both sides emphasized the close ties and a no-limits partnership, China signaled caution over long-term energy dependence and pricing demands. The outcome highlights growing economic leverage as Russia seeks new markets after losing much of its European energy trade. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 276 points, the S&P 500 rose by 12 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 22 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Arcadia, California officials are dealing with the fallout of their former mayor admitting to being a covert agent for the Chinese Communist government.
Eileen Wang agreed to resign as mayor and plead guilty to federal charges for spreading Chinese propaganda. She faces up to 10 years in federal prison. Tuesday night was the first city council meeting since her plea, with many angry residents demanding answers. The council eventually elected Paul Cheng as the new mayor. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The faculty at Harvard University have voted to limit the number of A grades being awarded to undergraduates in an effort to curb grade inflation. The policy change aims to tighten academic standards by making top marks more selective while maintaining consistency across departments. Jeff Bezos says the bottom half of the U.S. earners should pay zero income tax.
In an interview with CNBC, the Amazon founder said the income tax paid by lower earners is a small amount of money for the government. Bezos argues the top 1% of taxpayers pay about 40% of all the tax revenue, and the bottom half pay 3%. He believes that we shouldn't be asking this nurse in Queens to send money to Washington. According to the IRS, the bottom half of taxpayers had an adjusted gross income of around $54,000 in 2023. I'm Monica Nelson.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.56 a gallon. Highest prices are found in California, while the lowest are in Mississippi. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
We're only a week away from the polling season getting into full swing, and that first hook is coming up. I'm Greg Hunter, and this is the NTPA Overnight Report from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio. Let's get ready for polling. After a 2-month break from polling since the Southern Swing in March, we're about to hit the track, and every fan of truck and tractor polling is ready. When polling returns, it starts with a bang, a grand national event right out of the gate, so there's no warm-up before the points start to count. The Busch Light Nationals in Evansville are coming up at the end of the month, the 28th through the 30th at the Vanderburg 4-H Center, with light super stocks, super farms, super stock diesel trucks, pro stocks, minis, light mods, and unlimited mods all hitting the track. So there's a class for every polling fan. Last week we talked to Tim Kane, who polls in the Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock Tractor class, and he talked about being ready for the season, but we always ask a tough question like, is there any must-have things in the toter?
Not really. We just have the normal stuff, We have some beer and soft drinks, water.
Beer, huh?
Yeah, that is really the only time of year I really drink beer is at a tractor pull. And there's not too many things that taste any better than after you run and after your class is over. And it goes pretty good with tractor pulling.
And everybody knows you have to have a team behind you to make pulling a successful sport. Who helps you out?
Lemke Performance, the motor they've built, and all the support I've had with them over the years. They've really taken care of me for a long time. So Weimer Performance too, them guys, they put out some awesome parts.
In 2025, the Red Gambler ended up 8th in the points. I'm assuming 2026 you'd like to be top 3?
Oh yeah, that would definitely be a goal. I want to get some wins and I want to do better in the points. I got a couple places I hope we have good showings this year, like Chapel Hill and Bowling Green. We could get up in the top 3 at them places. It'd be great.
Pollers are about to live in their toters over the summer starting next weekend, and it seems like every polling fan is ready. A quick look at the upcoming polling schedule has a busy month of June after the Busch Light Nationals in late May. Starting with Region 2 pollers going to Boswell, Indiana on June 6th. Then June 12th and 13th, the Power Pole Nationals keep them busy with 7 classes hooking Friday the 12th and Saturday the 13th. Then, just down the road on the 13th, the light super stocks and pro stocks are all polling in Ellsworth, Wisconsin. And then the following weekend, Seymour, Wisconsin is going to be busy with the Macville Nationals. Superstock opens, 4-wheel drive trucks, minis, and unlimited hitting the track for 2 hooks. All of those hooks helping teams figure out their machines before the first Super National event of the year, the Budweiser Dairyland Super National Pull in Toma. 5 sessions over 3 days, so there will be no shortage of action on the track. That's just a quick look at the month of June. And we all know July doesn't slow down. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
All righty, yes indeed, final hour. Here we go, underway here on a Friday, 22nd day of May. As we head into the Memorial Day weekend, all right, looks like Brain Dead came across pretty much the same information I came across here just a few minutes ago. I guess just breaking within the last hour. Little bit of new information being reported by the Associated Press. Chris Brain Dead found it on his TV 11. I'm guessing maybe the local affiliate there. But the Associated Press in regards to the passing of Kyle Busch. I mean, we know the family earlier in the day said he was hospitalized with a severe illness, but the new information says he was testing in the Chevrolet Racing Simulator in Concord this past day when it became unresponsive, at which point he was transported to the hospital there in Charlotte. That's several people familiar, they say, with the situation that spoke to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity, because none of that's been disclosed by the team or the family officially. Again, everything else pretty much the same info. But again, this 11 days after he had radioed into his crew near the end of the Cup race at Watkins Glen, asking a doctor to give him a shot was the word when he finished the race, which he had been struggling with what they call a sinus cold, a sinus infection that was exacerbated by the intense G-forces. And again, the elevation changes there at the Watkins Glen course. I don't know if that holds any significance, being in the simulator, but just the fact that suddenly becoming unresponsive could be a heart attack, stroke, who knows? As Philip said, we'll probably ultimately we'll get the official word when all is said and done. But there you go. A little bit of new information this early Friday. And before we get back to, Eagle wanted to touch on the whole Ebola thing. And like I said earlier, it's just like the hantavirus thing, just in a matter of days, literally disappeared. And now there's, some kind of hyping this whole Ebola thing. This is not something new. We've been here before. We've stopped these outbreaks before. And, most critically, Ebola is not airborne. It's not the kind of thing, if you're on a plane, that you're going to breathe the same air. It's not transmissible that way. And these are regular occurrences in places like the Congo, Uganda. That's where the Ebola is harbored. Nearly 600 suspected cases, 130 suspected deaths. Primarily in Congo's Ituri and North Kivu provinces. They say it involves a strain of the virus known as the Bundibugyo virus. Bundibugyo, a rare variant that had been spreading undetected for weeks there. So they're way behind from the very beginning. The World Health Organization issued what they call a public health emergency of international concern. And typically, that is a designation that's trying to get funding and international cooperation. And, bring in some doctors, bring in some help, bring in some personal protective equipment to help us out here. There are no current cases in the United States. And the CDC says the risk to travelers is very low. As I mentioned, it is not airborne. It only spreads through direct contact with bodily fluids, blood, saliva, vomit of an infected, symptomatic person, or contaminated surfaces. It is far less contagious than airborne viruses like, say, the measles. People with the highest risk of infection would be healthcare workers providing patients with treatment without proper infection control, and then, of course, family members caring for the sick. Keep in mind, in that part of the world. And this was the last big outbreak. I'm trying to recall if it was 2018. I can't remember. These people, when a family member perishes, they are very adamant about these policies of how the family tends to the body, the processes they go through. for burying them and whatnot. And family members, yesterday, as a matter of fact, I mean, you're trying to contain the virus, the international health community wants to, obviously take these and you don't release the body back to the family and whatnot. Family members want to take these bodies and have their wakes and their funeral services and all that, the things they do, I don't know, whatever their processes are of dancing around and the ceremonies. They actually burnt down one of the facilities because they wouldn't release the body of their perished relative. They burnt the damn place down. It's just kind of crazy over there. And when they release a body to other family members, I don't know if they don't care or don't believe. They're not really concerned about coming down with the virus, even as deadly as it is. But all right, so with that, just keep that in mind. We'll get back. Eagle, what'd you have on your mind more on that?
Well, before I get back to the virus, Steve, before I get back, I want to say one more thing about Kyle Busch's situation. Normally, Sunday is probably the biggest day in auto sports in the world. With the Formula One race in the morning, and then the Indy race in the afternoon, and then the Charlotte at 5:00. So a lot of people gonna be sitting in front of a television all day long watching the action. I'll probably be one of them. Like I said, I normally don't watch the start of the Charlotte race, because it's such a long race. I normally catch the final 300 miles or 200 miles of the race. The first 200, I don't watch. But hopefully they'll have a tribute to Kyle Busch.
Yes.
At the start of the race for him and his family. Before the race gets started. And I hope. It's like I said, I was just looking at a video, Steve. It's hard to believe that just last Saturday, Kyle Busch was burning it down. He had just won the Dover race in the truck and did a burnout and then did a bow in the middle, on the track. And now he's no longer here. That's less than 7 days later. That's crazy to think that a man could be in victory lane and then a couple of days later he's no longer here. So that people need to realize how precious life is, Steve, because you could be here today and tomorrow you're not guaranteed what's going to go down 7-8 days from now. So you better live every day like this your last. That's what my mom always told. That's what I learned, with this Kyle Busch situation. So I hope that whoever wins the race on Sunday, whether it's a Chevrolet, Toyota, Ford, hopefully they burn it down and had that 8 fingers out of the window for Kyle Busch when they pull in the victory lane, whether you like him or not. Whoever wins that race on Sunday, I hope they show their support for Kyle Busch by burning it when they win, burn the track down when they do win. Now, let me say this, Steve, about the Ebola virus situation. Because, see, this concerns me only because this hitting home, the place where I grew up at, and me personally, I don't think that this team of football, soccer player, whatever you want to call them, they should not be allowed to come to the World Cup if it's even competed, because the team from Congo is scheduled to be in Houston, Texas in the next couple of weeks for the World Cup. And with this virus on the loose out there, I don't care if they test negative or not in the Congo before they board that airplane. You don't know what's gonna happen after they get on the plane and land in Houston. That team should not be allowed to leave Congo. As far as I'm concerned, they should be disqualified, whatever you want to say, but they shouldn't be allowed to travel to Houston, Texas, because of this, until they can get this virus under control. Like I said, this thing has been around before, and when Barack Obama was in the White House, I remember, and they got it under control. But you have to isolate this thing, Steve. Nobody should be allowed to leave Africa and board an airplane. Like I said, I don't care what the other countries do. They do what the hell they want to do. But I'm talking about the United States. Trump, they've already aborted a flight. They were supposed to be headed to the U.S. last night. I don't know if you talked about that. No. But they told the flight that it was going to Detroit, Michigan, and they told the flight to go to, Canada. So no flights from this Congo should be allowed to enter into the United States, Steve, until they can figure out what's going on with this virus and try to get some kind of vaccine for this situation, because this is too dangerous of a deal to let it get out of control. Right now they got it isolated in Africa, hopefully, and it doesn't spread out. And I think that's, maybe one of the reasons why this hantavirus disappeared, because they did the right thing. And, I got to give the people credit on that, Steve. I think they did the right thing with that. They isolated it, got these people separated from other people. And I think that's why the virus died down, because it didn't get into other people. Then they need to do the same thing with this Ebola. They need to isolate this thing in Africa and don't let it get out of the country. And let the doctors work on the people that are sick or whatever got going on. And once you get those people well, then the virus won't get into other countries. That'll be the best thing to do. And like I told you before, maybe you could check on the situation with Houston I was just talking about with the soccer team. But like I said, as far as I'm concerned, that soccer team from Congo should not be allowed to come to the United States to participate in the World Cup. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yeah, that probably will be the case. I mean, because they did, just implement, what is it, like a 3-week ban on people traveling to the U.S. Anyone that's been in the Congo in the past 3 weeks, that they would definitely qualify in that category.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Ready to beat the
See what's going on with Chicken Truck Tommy this morning. What's happening, Tommy?
Hey, Steve. Yeah, just kind of lost for words, just like everybody else in the NASCAR fan base, man. This whole year now kind of reminds me of the '93 season where we lost Alec Kawicki and Davey Allison in the same year. This year we lost Craig Biffle and Kyle Busch. It's kind of like deja vu all over again with, people that go back that far with NASCAR remember that whole, Alec Kawicki was the reigning champion and Davey Allison was the most popular driver back then.
Yeah, I remember well. Yep.
But, as far as I hear people talking about the car number and this and that, I mean, the number 8 isn't iconic for Kyle Busch. I mean, he's raced 3 different car numbers in the Cup Series. So, I mean, it's not like the Dale Earnhardt situation where the Black 3 defined Dale Earnhardt. I mean, the number 8 car for Kyle Busch, that is defined. If anything defines it, it's the 18 M&M's car, because that's where he did all of the damage into everybody. I mean, I was the biggest Kyle Busch hater back then, as the next guy was, I'll tell you. But I came around to cheering for him the last few years. I mean, he became pretty humble and everything, and just, he's just such a great family man. And I feel really bad for his kid, especially his son. I mean, I was kind of thinking like maybe, I mean, he's only 11 years old, but I said maybe, Dale Jr. can kind of try to, maybe mentor him since he's kind of in the same situation. Had his father was one of the best and passed away. Maybe he can relate to him. Maybe Dale Jr. can talk to him a little bit. Maybe down the road in his future. But I know one thing that people forget about Kyle Busch, and I think is his greatest. I mean, not winning more races than anybody else himself, but one of his greatest accomplishments, the 2015 season when he won the championship. People forget he broke both of his legs at Daytona that year and missed half the season and came back and still won the championship. I mean, it was under the chase rules and stuff, but I mean, he followed the rules, but he still won. I mean, you look at the comebacks in NASCAR, you look at Ernie Irvan, coming back from near death, and other guys. I mean, look what he accomplished that year, coming back within. I think he came back. I remember it was All-Star Weekend. He came back in the All-Star race to try it out just to see if he could handle it. So from February to May, 2 broken legs. I mean, he still had rods in his legs when he was out racing. He still came back and won the championship. I mean, that was one hell of a comeback, and pretty historical comeback. Doing that.
Absolutely.
So I just actually thought about it this morning. I was actually at his very first national series win in the Busch Series back in '04 in Richmond when he was racing for Hendrick in the Lowe's car. And ironically, he came down wheel to wheel last lap, and he was racing against Greg Biffle. That's where he got his first win. I just thought about that this morning. It kind of gave me chills. But it's hard to believe that you just watched him here in Dover last week dominate the truck race, and now a 41-year-old healthy man is going.
And that's his son ran out on the track and he jumped up into his arms right there on the track after he did the burnout, and that's when the interviewer came out and he made that haunting comment about you never know when your last one is. The entire racing world. A post from the World of Outlaws Sprint Car Series said, if it had wheels, Kyle Busch would race it. The World of Outlaws offers our condolences to the Busch family and friends. Rest in peace, Rowdy. We'll be back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. will prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, warning very drastic action could follow if diplomacy fails.
We have total control of the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, with our blockade. The blockade's been 100% effective. Nobody's been able to get to us like a steel wall.
Trump insists that Iran will not be allowed to keep enriched uranium. Sarah Kellen, a former assistant to Jeffrey Epstein, testified on Capitol Hill that she was sexually and psychologically abused by the financier for more than a decade. James Comer, the Republican committee chairman, praised her testimony.
Of all the people that we've interviewed thus far, this was by far the most substantive and productive interview that we've had. She was very brave coming forward.
House Republicans say she also provided 3 new names of Epstein associates, with lawmakers pledging to pursue the leads following her closed-door testimony. The CDC reports an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda, with ongoing transmission across multiple health zones and confirmed deaths. Officials say the risk to the U.S. remains low, while health teams expand surveillance, isolation, and cross-border contamination efforts to slow the spread. Vladimir Putin leaves China without a key gas deal.
Russian President Vladimir Putin visited Beijing seeking stronger energy commitments from Chinese President Xi Jinping, but fell short of securing a major gas pipeline agreement. While both sides emphasized the close ties and a no-limits partnership, China signaled caution over long-term energy dependence and pricing demands. The outcome highlights growing economic leverage as Russia seeks new markets after losing much of its European energy trade. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 276 points, the S&P 500 rose by 12 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 22 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Arcadia, California officials are dealing with the fallout of their former mayor admitting to being a covert agent for the Chinese Communist government.
Eileen Wang agreed to resign as mayor and plead guilty to federal charges for spreading Chinese propaganda. She faces up to 10 years in federal prison. Tuesday night was the first city council meeting since her plea, with many angry residents demanding answers. The council eventually elected Paul Chang as the new mayor. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The faculty at Harvard University have voted to limit the number of A grades being awarded to undergraduates in an effort to curb grade inflation. The policy change aims to tighten academic standards by making top marks more selective while maintaining consistency across departments. Jeff Bezos says the bottom half of the U.S. earners should pay zero income tax.
In an interview with CNBC, the Amazon founder said the income tax paid by lower earners is a small amount of money for the government. Bezos argues the top 1% of taxpayers pay about 40% of all the tax revenue, and the bottom half pay 3%. He believes that we shouldn't be asking this nurse in Queens to send money to Washington. According to the IRS, the bottom half of taxpayers had an adjusted gross income of around $54,000 in 2023. I'm Monica Nelson.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.56 a gallon. Highest prices are found in California, while the lowest are in Mississippi. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, as we say, around in third, headed toward home. Here early on a Friday, as we make our way into, indeed, the Memorial Day weekend. So it's been over, a little over a week ago, the 72-hour road check. Don't have any national numbers just yet, but several states individually breaking down the results. Yeah, we'll start with the Arizona Department of Public Safety. Releasing their results from Road Check this past day. They said more than 1,000 commercial vehicle inspections were conducted as part of the Arizona Department of Public Safety Road Check effort. Approximately 1/3 of the commercial vehicle inspections resulted in out-of-service orders for either the vehicle or the driver. Wow. Most common violations found during the Arizona Road Check effort were fictitious logbook entries and broken vehicle parts. Additionally, officers seized more than 5,200 pounds of marijuana. As a result of the Road Check campaign, Arizona Department of Public Safety Highway Patrol troopers were joined by the Arizona DOT Enforcement and Compliance Division, the FMCSA, and the Pinal County Sheriff's Office, and several other departments. Meanwhile, Wyoming issued dozens of out-of-service orders during Road Check. During the 72-hour effort, Wyoming Highway Patrol conducting 392 inspections statewide, including 243 Level 1 inspections. A total of 88 vehicles placed out of service. Additionally, 27 drivers placed out of service for various violations. Wyoming did indeed distribute 117 CVSA stickers for vehicles for clean inspections. To the drivers that earned a clean inspection, a very big thank you for doing your part to keeping our highways safe. Also, a big thank you to our troopers and officers for their dedication to safety on the highways. The official word from the Wyoming Highway Patrol. And one last tidbit, in the state of Ohio, that it's not an unheard of thing. We've talked for years about what they call troopers in a truck. Oftentimes when a state trooper might hop into a commercial vehicle to ride along, to be able to see from that higher vantage point, a truck or automobile doing things they shouldn't do out there. In the state of Ohio, they actually have a marked police semi that has been working enforcement activities in work zones. They've deployed that semi with the attached trailer for traffic enforcement in construction areas along the 241-mile Ohio Turnpike, according to officials this past day. During these patrols, one trooper drives the truck while another sits in the passenger seat. Again, using the truck's height to look for violations, distracted driving, speeding, following too close, whatever. If a violation is spotted, the trooper in the truck radios to officers in marked patrol cruisers who can then perform their traffic stop and ultimately issue warnings or citations. This gives our troopers a different vantage point. When we're in that semi, we see safety belt compliance, speeding, following too close, distracted driving, all the things you really don't want to do in a work zone. Troopers tell the Toledo Blade that the semi-truck is outfitted with radar to help troopers catch speeders. Other features include the Ohio State Highway Patrol wrapped trailer and blue police lighting to let drivers know the truck is an official police vehicle. This particular semi-truck was seized years ago by police as part of a drug bust. Since then, they've been using it as part of recruitment, educational campaigns, and, yes, even enforcement efforts. I don't know. Hey, what day is it?
What day is it, Your Honor? If I'm checking my calendar right, it's Casual Friday, and of course we all know Casual Friday don't mean drive naked. That's Nekked.
Right.
Right. So here's a question for you. Now that truck that you said the Ohio troopers have that they seized with the drug deal thing there?
Yes.
Now, if they're out there with that during the Blitz week, are they required to pull in and get a DOT inspection and possibly have a level 1 inspection done on that vehicle?
Surely they are, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. But, yeah, I bet you even being marked and lighted and everything else like that, I've seen enough of the other trucks out here, that carry all the big logos, supporting police or, the Army, the Navy, our military. There's a lot of wrapped vehicles out here for them. And I've seen all the craziness go around with them, alongside them and in front of them, behind them, around them. And I bet you even being marked as an official police vehicle, I bet you they get craziness going on past them because who'd think that the police would be using a tractor trailer out here to do law enforcement?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so it'd be interesting to see, what their results are for, being able to, get violations from that. Anyway, so is Arizona the first to come out with their report from the big blitz, or have we had others?
Of everything, it was Arizona and Wyoming, and I just shared. Those are the first two that I've seen anything from, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know Maryland had their good share, but, yeah, one third of the trucks out, put out of service, that's a pretty high number. We always used to be at the 25 mark, and we're trying to get it down from 25, and if we went up to a third, that's not good. So, I guess people, and for the electronic log for the falsification of entries, I bet you a lot of it they're going after the personal conveyance side, either personal conveyance or yard moves, depending on what's in the. So at some point, if those numbers keep coming in, I would assume that they'll tell the log makers there that they have to remove personal conveyance and yard moves off the logs.
I think Grump called in earlier this week talking about there was someone out there that was using personal conveyance they had run out of hours, right? So they just put it on they had driven hundreds of miles.
Well, exactly. But, with where I was at with the propane and that, you're supposed to park in a safe haven. You're not supposed to just, park in, any rest area or anything like that. We're actually supposed to park in a more safer spot than that. Truck stops get kind of dicey because, you got to go in there for fuel and that. But really, if you look into the standards that are required for the hazmat vehicles and that, they have to be certain distances from buildings, and you can't be, you can't stop at like a Walmart and everything in their parking lot because you're too close to the general public. They don't want that vehicle parked in amongst the general public. So, that the hazmat carriers have it even a little harder, and I guess, and that's why DOD and stuff like that, they like the team driving. So really, the only thing the trucks have to do from point to point is just stop and fuel. But I don't know. It's an ongoing thing. It's always been an ongoing thing for the parking, and even with all the new legislation and stuff they're trying to do, it might get a little better. But if they can increase the amount of parking, but I think it's always going to be a parking issue of what you can park and where you can park it, where you can find a spot to stick it. But anyways, now had to turn the news on real quick there, just try to catch some weather. We had the storms coming through here to mid-Atlantic. I'm sure you've talked all about that there. Had hot days and unsettled atmospheres and strong storms the other day. And anyways there, so I got the deal about Kyle Busch, and I don't know if you mentioned it yet tonight or not, but I guess a couple of weeks ago he actually radioed in when he came in on a pit stop or at the end of the race that he had, wanted medical help when he came into the pit.
And that's what many are now saying. Listening back to that audio, they say it's almost haunting now. I mean, has he been battling whatever it is for that length of time, for 2 weeks? Something that came out here just in the last couple of hours. According to the Associated Press, he was in the NASCAR simulator there in Concord this past day when he became unresponsive, they said. That's what got him sent to the hospital. And does that mean heart attack, stroke? Who knows what it could mean, but unresponsive. That's what got him to the hospital. Obviously, a few hours later, he was gone.
Yeah, and, the other possibility is, he's been through, a lot of injuries, a lot of wrecks. I'm sure he's had his share of concussions and everything.
Oh, yeah.
And so, I mean, is there something that, your vision and your brain having things going by that fast is trying to, figure out what's going on? I mean, maybe, it might even been something that would relate back to the concussion deal where, Greg Biffle, Carl Edwards, Dale Jr., they all decided that their lives were better living than taking the chance of the next concussion and the next bad accident.
Wasn't it Carl Edwards' wife that says you're not racing again? It's me or the racing. One more concussion and you could be dead. They were telling him. I think that was his wife.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Carl Edwards and his wife that came to that decision. So so I don't know, but Kyle was an amazing driver. He had a lot of haters. He did a lot of whining. I was his driving fan. I was a fan of his driving and his skill of getting a car and truck around the track. He proved himself because he does it. As the one report said there, he's done it in everything he can drive. I mean, all the way from go-karts to soapbox derby to up into the trucks and the cup cars. So I mean, there's no doubt of what he could do. But everybody's like, with Dale Sr., did he always do it perfectly clean? Well, maybe not. But isn't there a saying out there that rubbing's racing, Your Honor?
That is
correct.
correct.
I seem to remember that.
Yeah. What's the other one? What was it? If you're not cheating, you're not winning. Something like that.
Yeah, and then again, you got wreckers and checkers too. I mean, you're either gonna win or you're gonna have it towed back to the garage. So, in how many pieces? But it's a sad thing. But he certainly gave a lot of entertainment and a lot of accolades to the sport and brought a lot of attention to it. So I guess the best thing is if everybody goes on with his memory and tries to make it as good as what he wanted to, and even his brother Kurt. I mean, his Kurt was the same way out there, was trying to promote the sport. So that's what needs to be done. Is the sport needs to be promoted and try to get the fans and everybody to come back. And that's where we're at now. Is we need the fans to come back and maybe NASCAR to give us a little bit of help to get racing back what we had. I think they're on a good start, but I think they got a lot more to do. So,
how about let's start with bringing the All-Star race back to Charlotte under the lights rather than a Sunday afternoon in Dover. What the hell?
Absolutely, I'm with you 100% on that. So, yep, no, and the double wouldn't be the same double if you don't do it at Charlotte under the lights. You do the Indy and give somebody a chance to go and race Charlotte again. So, but anyways, I guess after that, everybody have a happy Memorial Day weekend. As always, be safe and come back and listen to Steve's show. Tell a friend to call into Steve's show, 844-844-3388. Still remember that number. But call in, get your product code, and enjoy the product. I'm sure Hot Sauce Secret might be doing something special for Memorial Day, possibly. What do you think?
In all likelihood. So, one last thing. I presume you actually get a 3-day weekend here because you get holidays now?
Yeah, not only that, I'll probably be off early. I'm starting a little early today, so I'll probably be off by maybe 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, and I'd have to be in until Tuesday morning.
How about that?
There you go. Anyways.
Ain't going to know what to do with all that extra time. All right. Well, hey, Horse Feathers, thank you for checking in. All right. Have a safe Friday. Enjoy your Memorial Day weekend, right? Many are saying most didn't think much of it at the time when Kyle had made that call, like needing medical assistance at the end of that Watkins Glen race, which he did finish. He finished in 8th. But they say kind of going back now and listening, it's almost haunting that there was maybe more. Any week when you're running a full race like that, drivers tend to get exhausted. It gets hot in the car. Sometimes their cooling suits fail. But in this case, they're just kind of looking back and they're saying, was there more going on with Kyle? Even back 2 weeks ago.
Has been suffering from a sinus cold all week. Lost 5 spots on that pit stop. He has asked to have medical attention available after the race. Here's his radio.
And can somebody try to find Bill Heisel? He's the Hendrick doctor guy. Tell him I need him after the race, please. Hey, do you want Mr. Bill at your car and at your bus after the race? Bus. I'm going to need a shot. Copy. He'll be at your bus.
Racing can't be any fun when your head is completely stuffed up like that. It's the worst. Kyle.
So there you go. That was the actual in-car audio. Did he sound a little more than just simply exhausted? We may never know, but all right. It's 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long-haul, short-haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
All right, as we head down the home stretch here, Gary Montgomery, 60 degrees this early Friday, Southwest Ohio. Who says, Steve, always a great show. Thank you, Hot Shot Secret. God bless all the hardworking Americans, all the overnight crew. Everybody have a blessed weekend and safe travels. The two-time world champion bull hauler says, memo to Mr. Horsefeathers. I whine far more than Kyle ever dreamed of. Signed, Denny, number 11. A.K.A. Denny Hamlin. Who's the biggest whiner of them all? Stephen Columbus checks in. Morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners out there. It's the best day of the week. And we are looking forward to a nice holiday weekend. No plans per se yet, but at this point, the coffee's hot, the car's ready to go. Let's head into town and see just what we can get into for this Friday. Everybody enjoy. All right, Steve in Columbus. There's Truck and Phil. Happy Casual Friday. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. We're starting off 50, warming to 68 today. Fort Wayne, a high 67 in Newaygo. Like most, very sad to hear the passing of Kyle Busch last night, 41. Just goes to show, when it's your time, it's your time. A big shout out to the Knucklebuster and all the veterans out there. Memorial Day is upon us as we prepare to honor and remember those who served and gave all. And with that, it's kind of become a tradition. I like to close out our Memorial Day edition for this edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive with a special shout-out and remembrance to Wheelchair Dave, was always a big fan.
You get more of what you value.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but